Good morning, sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NTV Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. It is a wonderful and glorious morning. It is September 4th, just 7 days away from next week. NTV Media Sports Talk with the Guys will not be on next Saturday. Because it is 9/11, and as we've spoken over the years, we are just not on at that hour out of respect of the events that transpire while we are on. So I just want to put that out there, but I do want to thank everyone else in the meantime. Wow. Geez. Didn't do it last week. My voice was gone. It's starting to go again. I'm a tad on the tired side, but life is good in the hood, so they say. So we're going to enjoy this Saturday, but we will be off next week. Already got a hi. Eric Ogle, thank you. And you were on with us yesterday. I'm wide awake. We went 5.5 hours yesterday with Michael Bednar. Oh, my goodness. Absolute fun. And I got to tell you, it was, trying to clear my eyes there. Little on the tired side, but all good in the hood, so they say. And we already have another one. Aisha. Good morning, Aisha. Wow. Yeah, my eyes are a tad red. I was on for 5.5 hours last night, but absolutely fun and glorious. And we're going to be getting to it right now, folks. So it's 62 degrees this morning. We actually have 1% chance of rain. I don't know what the day. It's going to be 98 degrees? Oh, come on. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. It's going to be an overnight of 70. So overnight, Saturday to Sunday, is going to be hotter than it is right now. It's only 62 degrees, so it's going to be quite a bit warmer. It is September 4th, as I mentioned. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. I just love where I live. Oh, absolutely crazy. But as you know, the Monday morning quarterbacks are live on Saturday morning, and no one is safe while we troll the digital airwaves. As you know, today we ask you to join us as we discuss the latest news in the world of sports and review the events of the past week. That's what we do here. No fantasy sports because we keep it real. And of course, once again, you need to remember, we kill brain cells. And as such, we just might be the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse. You have been warned, because we are repetitive and redundant. We have no peers, and we are the internet's ongoing traffic jam. How are you, Speedy?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well, Speedy.
Keeper.
I'm a tad tired, but doing real well. How are you?
I'm doing okay, for the most part. Got a little bit of time today.
We're thankful. We were wondering where you'd been. We know you're working, but we miss you, Speedy, and thank you for being able to make it. I mean, geez, right as we hit the ground running, there you are. So you and I are passing the baton, deciding who's going to go first. But good morning, young man. Oh, how's the weather up there with you? We're at a 62 right now, going to 98 today.
Yeah, we're about a little cold, but that's good. Everybody up here is like, it's too cold. I'm like, oh, please, come on.
Yeah.
You don't know what cold is. I don't think.
Well, I would say, yeah, that we don't know what cold is. But are you guys going to have a hot day up there?
Oh, yeah, it's going to get about 85, close to 90 today.
Oh, it's going to be 90 right now. Look at that. Yo, Speedy, how's you, my friend?
I'm good, Aisha. How are you? Long time no see.
Yeah, it has been. She says, stop being a night owl. All I remember is that I finished up near midnight yesterday. So, wow. Tad tired, but really excited about what's going on. I want to give a quick shout out on the calendar, folks. Of course, as you know, we did quite a bit yesterday. So we have a guest confirmed for tomorrow, for Monday. I'll have to check our guest name again. But upcoming, As I mentioned, next week is 9/11, and it is on a Saturday. So, as I mentioned a few moments ago, we will not be on next Saturday because of the events, the memorial. On September 13th, Mark Hildebrand will be on. On September 15th, Bob Nisoff, author of Spiderhole. And on the 20th, Victoria Avalon. And on the 20th, David Miney will be on with us. And we have quite a few other guests scheduled. So just check it out. You see the announcements. Always find us on our Facebook page, ndbmedia. Facebook.com/ndbmedia. This is how stupid Facebook is. I try to put a link to my Facebook page in another note, and the stupid pendejos told me, you can't put that spam on a post. It's your page, you idiots! Oh, my goodness. But let's see. She says she's fine and waiting to verbally abuse Roger. Yes, Aisha. Our resident Asusan. So, absolutely awesome. All right, very quickly on this day in sports. Wow. In sports, in 1944, the U.S. National Championship Women's Tennis, Forest Hills, New York, Pauline Betts-Addy wins her third straight U.S. title. Back in 1972, Soviet sprinter Valery Borzov runs the 20 to win the men's 200-meter gold medal at the Munich Olympics. Wow, the Munich Olympics were going on? Okay, yeah, I guess that would be about that time. Today, in 1988, Mike Tyson crashed a silver BMW in a tree near the Catskills. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah. In 1991, in Major League Baseball history, Statistical Accuracy Committee votes to drop the asterisk next to Roger Maris's 1961 home run record of 61. Wow. And that was also the day an official no-hitter must go at least 9 innings. Morons. Back in 1994, Miami quarterback Dan Marino, and I remember this, throws 5 touchdown passes in Dolphins' 39-35 win over New England. Sets an NFL record with an 18th game of 4 or more touchdown passes. Wow. Of course, in 2005, 20-year-old, he who shall not be named, Kyle Busch, becomes the youngest driver to win a NASCAR Cup Series race when he outduels Greg Biffle in the Sony HD 500 at the California Speedway, just right over here east of us. About 15, 20 miles away? Yeah. And, of course, in 2018, NFL player Colin Kaepernick, who kneeled during the U.S. national anthem, is the new face of Nike's 30th anniversary advertising campaign. So, that's a quick look in history. For everyone else taking a look, folks, let us know who you are and where you hail from. Comment in the chat room. I know Aisha's here. But, yes, in 1972 Olympics is where a certain terrorist act happened. Yes. It just, Aisha, when I mumbled what I did is I didn't think the Olympics was being played into September. But it's all good. Yes. It was when several Israeli athletes were taken hostage and many of them were killed. It's one of the saddest moments in Olympic history. The second most? Oh, yeah, I was going to make a joke of it, but I better not. Yeah, the 72 Olympics. I was going to say something stupid about the Dallas Cowboys, but I was already told to F off.
We should make a joke about that car. I bet you he totaled that car in 82.
Oh, of course he did. Yeah, man. Jeez. Yeah, forgive me. You know what? I need a hit because I have been a night owl. Oh, man. I think Aisha was awake while I was doing the program last night, has remained awake, and now I'm back to being on air again. Jeez.
Well, the good thing is at least you're not like me when I used to do my Safeway days during my years there, where I would get off at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes, and then they would schedule me to come back at 5 or 6 in the morning. That is no sleep.
Oh, they've done that to us too. When the big dog gets here, you will. Oh man, the big dog better not show up this morning because the desk is a mess. It's going to take us 5 minutes for me to clear off the desk if he shows up because he's running super late. And when he runs super late, it's because he's showing up right here. Unless he thinks that today is a 9/11 anniversary program. I doubt it. You see,
He should know what day it is. I mean, I know what day it is, and I haven't even changed my calendar. My calendar's still on last month, so I got to get on that.
Well, then you have spatial memory, Matt. And the reason why I say this is because I found out cats, the way their memory works. I'm not comparing you to a cat, Speedy, but cats have spatial memory. If you really want to screw with a cat, not that I do it, but if you want to mess with them, move their bowl, and it really throws them because of the way their memory works. But I'll tell you this. My cats, for instance, they know that I work Monday through Thursday, and they would be waiting for me each morning to see me off Monday through Thursday. And these are just cats. And on a Friday morning when I would go to overtime, they weren't out there. Or Saturday, even Sunday. That's crazy. But then Monday morning, I would open the door to go out, and they were already there waiting for me. That's interesting how their memory works. And I'm eternally grateful because they would see me off. It was kind of neat, But I know they do that for me, and yet when it comes to feeding them, I'm a jerk to them. Yeah.
Well, like you always say, that's neither here nor there. But when it comes to cats, I'm sorry, people. Me and cats, we will never, ever get along. For the simple fact of, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm almost always around dogs. So maybe I smell like dogs to them, and I just get attacked. I don't do anything to cats. So I hate cats. Because in 2010, I went to my grandma's house when she was alive at the time. She has since passed on, but when I used to drive to Oakland after work, I would get off work and go and help her because she was becoming elderly and she couldn't really walk anymore. So I'm like, well, I'm going to go over there and help her out, move some stuff around, make her house look better. And one day I was there and she goes, oh, just take a break and I'll make you some breakfast. You know how it is, scorekeeper, where Mexican mothers and Mexican grandmothers, they'll make breakfast whatever time of day it is.
Yes.
Well, it's like 11:30 in the morning, and I'm like tired because I had stayed up pretty late the night before. So I'm like, well, I shouldn't have really done that, but that's too bad. That's my fault. And the cat gets up there. He gets on my lap, and I'm like, what are you doing? But I was too tired, so I'm like, okay, whatever. And he just starts laying on my lap, and I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just leave it alone. Won't worry about it. So I close my eyes, and I start taking a nap again on the couch. And out of the blue, I'm just sleeping, and the cat goes, wow! And I woke up, and I was like, you stupid, what? Get out of here with that. My grandma comes out of the room, she goes, what's happened? What's going on? ¿Qué pasó, mijo? And I was like, look what your stupid cat did to my arm. I didn't do anything to him. She's like, oh my god. And she had to go get paper towels and stuff because my arm was all bleeding like crazy.
Wow.
Like you said a minute ago, I look like a damn zombie with all this blood coming out of my arm.
Well, I didn't call you a zombie per se. I just said we could be the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse.
Yes, I know.
Yes, Matt, they've done that to me as well. I remember my sister's cat. This is why I don't wear shorts, which is funny because I am today, but that's neither here nor there. Yes, there's my line. That's neither here nor there. The cat, I think the cat's name was Spooky at the time. Beautiful little black cat, a little schizo, but it was a cool little cat. Well, it hasn't seen me for a while or whatever, and I'm watching TV in the living room. little rat bastard comes walking in, sees me, and jumps on my leg and loses its balance. Ah! So it put its claws in. I'm like, ah! I know it's me.
Yeah, and then the rest of the time that I was there, I was like, I'm only gonna stay for another 40 minutes or so because of him. And she's like, okay. And the rest of the time I'm there, he starts going. I'm like,
Wow.
I don't know what your problem is, dude, but I just grab the broom and I start acting like I'm really cleaning the house. And he takes off. I'm like, yeah, get out of here.
They are very territorial, and they do want attention. I have a friend, actually a classmate, a brother of mine, Anthony Calvano, who stated it very clearly. He said, the difference between cats and dogs are this. When you feed a dog, the dog loves you because he says you must be king, and you are great at what you do. The cat, when you feed them, is like, I am the king, and you do as you do because of me. I was like, ooh, it didn't think about that. I grew up with dogs and cats, unfortunately, my entire life, and I just, as everyone knows, I have an affinity for cats now because of what happened later in life. So, and speaking of dogs and cats,
what's up, big dog?
Big dog?
What's up, Matt? How's it going?
Good.
Hi,
Big dog.
Oh,
yeah,
hi-
okay,
hi,
I
Raj.
got that. Yeah, I got that. That's Speedy.
Well, I don't know what I don't know what happens in the bedroom. That's up to him.
Okay, Aisha, I love her comment because we were talking about being tired. Hey, in the army, we've done 24 hours straight. Now that's no sleep. So she was getting back at us, Matt, when we were talking about being tired. And we were talking about the bad retail scheduling, Big Dog, when we would finish at 11:30 at night. And what did we have to do? We had to
Open the
open
next
the
day.
next. Ah, you see?
Yep.
So
Yep.
Aisha's comment is, hey, we've done 24 hours straight now. That's no sleep. Mind you, after that, I just slept like a log once I did get some, yes. And she says, hey, Speedy, perhaps he watched Sylvester the Cat and thought he'd get it in first. Hey, look, funny you would say Sylvester because on my Facebook page, that's one of my favorite characters, Sylvester. I don't know why, but I'm sympathetic towards that dumb bastard. You know what? Sylvester was not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he tried to be a good dad. He really was, Sylvester. But he was foiled by that little birdie, Tweety. And speaking of the little birdie, Big Dog, seriously, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing just fine.
Yeah.
I'm just glad Matt's here. I miss Matt. He's been gone for so long.
Well, he has
Yeah.
been busy, yes. So why the hell haven't you been here, Matt?
Well, you pointed it out earlier. I don't know why I need to bring it up again.
Well,
Busy working, busy making too much money that I need to
Go.
spend.
well, good for
No.
you.
You're gonna spend it. You're gonna spend $60 of that tomorrow, or watching the pay-per-view.
Actually, yeah, I was going to talk to you about that. Are you planning on ordering the all-out pay-per-view? Because now that I got the money to do it.
Actually, I am going to go to the theater because over here, they're down here in SoCal. There's about 7 theaters that are showing it. So I was going to say you should check your area. In fact, I can check it for you real quick because I'm going to go with a couple of the guys. Let me see
Any
if the
from
list.
sports talk with the guys?
Well, I didn't.
It
think
was
you were,
funny how he said that.
Yeah, it was.
A couple of the guys, I'm like, oh, sports talk with the guys.
I didn't think you were down for 5 hours of wrestling, but
Well, I
let's
did
see.
5 hours on Thursday night, and Big Dog, I have to apologize to you. You were my possible +1 for Thursday night, and
remember.
I was stood up at the last minute again. I should learn my lesson.
Let's see.
Damn her. Damn her. Damn you, Leticia. Damn you.
Haywood's not near you, right, Matt?
Actually, it's not too bad. Yeah, Hayward's not too far.
Yeah, Hayward's right next door.
At the Century Hayward, they're showing all out there, and the tickets would only be either $20 or $25.
But that probably means
you're not at home, Speedy.
No, but that probably means I probably have to show some type of requirement because of being vaccinated and wearing a mask, right?
Sure. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are up there. So I know
They're
down
actually
here. I know down here.
Up there.
Down here, you just have to wear a mask if you're not eating your soda or popcorn. But I'm always going to have something in my hand, saying I'm eating. So
yeah.
But so the Century Haywood is showing it. Roseville's not close to you, right? Or is it?
No, Roseville is way up north.
And Folsom's not close to you, right?
No, that's also up north.
Manteca?
Manteca's off the 99, so that's like going towards Fresno.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Manteca's then inland, right?
Yeah.
Manteca is showing at the Manteca, and Bakersfield's too far for you, I think.
Yeah, that's down by you guys.
So Haywood would be the best bet for you if you decide to do that. I mean, you can look into it, and it'll show what's doing it.
Bakersfield is closer to you and to me than it is to Matt.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I know you.
I'm trying to help.
You are a beautiful soul.
I'm trying to help save him $35.
Yeah, well, actually, once I get the next bill, which is what I did for last year's all-out pay-per-view, I got that Comcast bill. It's like almost $500 because I ordered the pay-per-view. It's like, gee, thank you, Comcast, but.
Well, how much is your bill? Your bill's like $400. Hi, Aisha.
Well, my bill's normally like 120, but because I ordered last year's pay-per-view.
The pay-per-view is only $60. How do you get it? How does it go from 160 to 500? What other movies are you ordering, Matt?
No, because I also started with the pre-show too. You know.
That's included.
Yeah, that's included. So I don't know how that happened, but
what is your regular cable bill, Matt?
He said about $160.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. How did he go from
Matthew? Good for you.
That's what I'm saying. How did you go from 160 to 500 ordering one pay-per-view?
Let's do this. If pay-per-view is $60, 160 plus 60
is so 220.
0 and 0 is
220. It's
6 and 6 is 2. Carry the 1, and you have another one there. So, golly, big dog, it's 220. How the hell did you get to 500, Matthew?
Well, you know, they got their taxes and fees.
No.
Did you like that, big dog? No, I don't. It's all right, Matthew. It might have been a little bit of a hyperbole on your part. So, Aisha asks, hey, a jumbo wiener lasts a long time, right?
Depends on how old he is.
That was smooth, big dog. There it is. So I think we're going to have a response. Actually, she started off jokes. That was good. I did not deliver my joke this morning. Ooh, I am at a loss. So Aisha had to get that one right. And Aisha, I want to thank you. Man, the moment we went live, you were already on with us. And Speedy was on like 2 seconds after that. Matthew has been looking at naughty films. Naughty.
Yeah, you're trying to create your own accent there, Goalkeeper. See what happened when you try that?
It always is my own accent because I'm not able to do stuff like that. Yes. Ooh, my voice still is tired. So when Big Dog and I went to go see the Yankees and the Angels, And I'm sorry, Big Dog, because he was cheering for the Angels. I didn't realize you were. I didn't realize Garrett Cole struck out 15 batters.
Yeah, I went to
Wow.
I went with scorekeeper, and somehow we traveled we traveled 3,000 miles because I ended up in a damn Yankee Stadium mini fucking Yankee Stadium there.
Even Gmo, because I had Big Dog to my right.
I am so ashamed of the Angel so-called fans there, because it wasn't full capacity, first of all, which I was disappointed about.
But it was 4:07 p.m. start time.
I don't care. The Yankees are a premium team. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If the game was at 10 o'clock, I'd expect a sellout. When it's the Dodgers, Yankees, maybe
Boston.
Yeah, Boston.
There's no love lost there.
Yeah, I would expect a sellout every single time. There was maybe 25,000 people if we're lucky. And about 24,500 of them were Yankee fans.
Matthew, I turned to my daughter, Gmo, to my left when the Yankee fans, with no assistance of any bit of music, nothing, they outroared the Angel fans. It is not an exaggeration. I told Gmo, I said, hey, sweetheart, this is a taste of Yankee Stadium, and there's only 20-some thousand Yankee fans here. They were incredibly loud, man.
So imagine, Matt, you go to a Giants-Dodgers game, and 95% of the crowd there is cheering for the Dodgers. That's the way I felt.
Well, remember, that's what's going on right now, because they're having their Giants-Dodgers series against each other this weekend.
Yeah, but are 95% of them going to be cheering for the Dodgers at Giant Stadium?
No.
That's what I'm saying. So you're going to a
stadium.
You're going to a home game in San Francisco, and 95% of the fans are cheering for the other team.
Yeah, that's not good.
Exactly.
It was crazy. Folks, I do want to tell you that in Major League Baseball, if we can do this, Big Dog, can you go to the standings?
No.
Thank you. In yesterday's games, in news, the San Francisco, the hated ones, in 11 innings, took it to Los Dodgers 3-2. Wow. And obviously, I can't say it was obvious, but on a bases loaded error in extras. And that's how they did it to win the game. Wow. Absolutely awesome. In other games, folks, the Cubbies edged the Pirates 6-5. The Metropolitanos. Oh, segue. Lenny Melnick, the beautiful Lenny Melnick, posted a picture of the who? The beloved Lenny Melnick.
Okay, I'll go with that one.
Anyway, he posted a picture of a Mets player, and he was, play the game. Who is it? And I didn't get a response from any of the Mets fans, but it showed a picture of a guy in Mets uniform throwing, and I said, Lenny's caption was, name the player. And I said, Mets pitcher, future disabled list candidate. Because, the Mets are always getting hurt. And there's real questions about their training regimen. But not one Mets fan commented. They did not like that one. But anyway, the Mets did win yesterday in 10 innings, 6-2 over the Nationals. The Yankees edged the Orioles in 11, 4-3. The Blue Jays, in what must have been an incredibly exciting game, 11-10 over the Athletics. The Red Sox 8-5 over the Black Sox. The Tigers tripled up on the Commies, 15-5. The Rays by 2 over the Gemelitos, 5-3. Miami 10-3 over the Phillies. I'm sorry. America's AAA team 7-2 over the Black Sox. Oh, wait a minute.
You called it. Yes, you did.
Oh, it must have been the Indians when I said it earlier. I apologize. Red Sox 8, Indians 5. Okay. Yeah, okay, it was over the Black Sox. All right, Cardinals. Wow, 15-4 over the Brewers. So I'm sure DA is happy on that one because of his Cardinals winning. The Rockies 4-3 over the Braves. The Los Angeles Angels of Chavez Ravine 3-2 over the Rangers. The Mariners in 10 innings 65 over the D-backs. And the aforementioned Major League Baseball free game of the day, Giants 3-2 over the Dodgers in 11. And the free fall continues. The A-holes doubled up on the Padres 6-3. Ugh, what a bummer.
Yeah, last night switching between SmackDown and Fox Fox and NBC to watch the Giants game. I was kind of on edge because when the game started, it's like, what's coming, and the batter was out of the box, and I'm like, okay, well, we know who's coming up to bat next, and the umpire goes like this. I'm like, what are you doing? He didn't even swing yet. How is that an out? Because he called it a strike. When he's outside the box, he's like 5 feet away, right? You know how they are. So I'm like, why did you do that? So he just looked at the umpire like, really? I'm not even in the box. And the pitcher for the Dodgers is like, well, if you get called out, then that's on you, dude. And they're just like mean mugging each other, and he gets back in the box, and I'm like, if he hits a home run, then this is on the Dodgers, because shouldn't be doing that crap. The umpire probably would have got it too.
Okay, so he did that gesture. What is his... Well, no, in baseball, that is an out gesture. So I wonder...
No, he gave him the strike gesture to let him know that he struck out. But he was way over here, and the batter's box is right here. You know how they step off and they practice their batting just in case.
But did the pitcher throw did the pitcher throw a pitch or something, or what?
No.
Okay,
and the fans were booing this, and I'm like, yeah, the umpire's getting booed because why would you do that in the first place? Nobody's doing anything. He's over here practicing his batting.
I could see that happening if the pitcher threw a pitch and the umpire did not call timeout. Then it's a live pitch. I could see that, but if the pitcher didn't throw a pitch, I don't know how he's calling a strike for strike 3 or whatever it's supposed to be to make the out. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know what that was last night, so.
Folks, in the last 2 weeks in baseball, very quickly, there have been so many bad calls, absolutely bad calls by umpires and of the rules when it comes to the replay. Many people are shocked when I have taken a stance. I was against it before. I'm against it now. That the replay, based on how it happens in most sports, there's no point. Why do you have refs out there if you have the replay? Seriously. It's just no point now. And when you have obvious calls that the booth in wherever they are get wrong, what is the point? When the entire world... Okay, here's the thing. How is it that you could be at a game and you have better camera angles than the people that are making the call? And we're seeing this over and over, and I guess I'm editorializing here right now, but Major League Baseball, with the rules that you can only appeal so many times, it's stupid. It's either you use the replay or you don't. And the NFL reviews every play anyway, so there's a bit of consistency. And there's a joke about that where it's not a joke, it's a tragedy that if there's a questionable call, you have to get the next play going before they can make their determination, especially in a questionable call. But in Major League Baseball, they don't do that. And you can appeal a call, and if you lose it, you're done. And there were several instances this past week where the announcers were talking about, well, you have to be judicious about using that. So, okay, then what is the point of having instant replay? And then when you appeal it, and everyone in the stadium can clearly see what's going on, and those on TV, and the people calling it get it wrong. It's arbitrary, it's capricious, it's stupid. And as far as Major League, and I'm keeping it to Major League Baseball for these comments, you gotta fix it. You either have it or you don't, because it is embarrassing to you as a sport, and you are going to be losing fans overall because of the just inane way that you guys go about implementing this. It is beyond stupid. And it's just a shame that you have the technology and you're not making it happen. So, we'll see.
It's like what I just referenced. The fact that, over the years when they decided in 2002 we're going to change the strike zone, and if we see something, it's an automatic strike. And everybody went, well, that's dumb. And from then on, people were like, I'm not going to watch baseball anymore because they're doing this stupid crap where they're just constantly looking for a strike for anything. And then you've seen coaches come out there and then teams get involved in fights and stuff. And like, what is the point? I mean, I love the fights, but,
baseball has some stuff. Really, again, being lucky enough, did we get into it in high school? No, we had some moments where tensions were hot against Faith Baptist. We didn't like them. We didn't like Chadwick either, because it was the rich kids versus the poor kids. We were the poor team from San Fernando, and Chadwick, the very famous, world famous Chadwick, we played against them. They were a small school.
Never heard
but again, Big Dog, I know you haven't heard of them, but again, the world famous people go there. Politicians send their kids. The
anyways,
entertainment stuff send them, and unfortunately, that team has so much money, and we didn't. So I remember that we would love playing against them, and they had an attitude. They were the idiots that played Phantom Ball. You guys know what Phantom Ball is, where they warm up with nothing, but they're trying to psych you out by doing their warm-ups. It's a waste of time. So these kids had an attitude, and, you just wanted to knock them off their perch. And it was just one of those things. But we never had a fight there, and because it wouldn't happen in high school. And in Major League Baseball right now, Matt, you really do like when the players have it out, because everyone is against. Well, I can't say everyone, but a lot of people are against the fighting right now.
What fighting? They never fight. They just shove.
I don't even know if I'd call that. Oh, hey! I just saw a post. My daughter's still awake. Jesus Christ! She's been up for about 12 hours.
Yes.
Hi, Big Dog. Hi.
Hi.
Aisha comments, as an outsider, I find baseball outright confusing. Unless they're having an out-and-out fight, they don't seem happy. I guess they're not happy.
Well, I mean, they should make it. I mean, they seem to just let it all hang out and let them duke it out. Because, we've all seen this where, let's say I throw a pitch at you and it hits you in the back of the leg, and you're going to react how you're going to react, and you're going to jump the mound and come at me. Why'd you hit me with the ball like that? Well, you were in the way, and I had the pitch. Sorry, not sorry. That's what they would always use the hashtag for.
Matt, but if you hit me, I think I know you just a little bit. It's not malicious on your part. Whereas if I'm pitching, you guys know the way I operate. You guys would run. You would rush me. Because
you're a notorious headhunter, yes.
Well, look, I actually wouldn't.
Oh, you're a notorious rib hunter.
Either way, big dog, I didn't say a word to it. Look, I wouldn't hit the big dog because he's bigger than me. And then Speedy, it's just you, man. Why would anyone want to hit you? Now, Dream, on the other hand, I want him to rush me because it'd be funny to see him run across the diamond.
Yeah, it would be. It would be.
Oh, that was a cheap shot. Dream, I don't think you're going to join us today. Our thoughts are with you and your family for what happened. And folks, in a moment of seriousness, I don't know if the big dog has the up-to-date numbers, but as of this morning, I heard over 50 people were lost due to Hurricane Ida and its after effects. And most were lost along the path inland due to all the flooding. I know Rosalind posted that people lost their lives in New York that lived in basements because of the flooding. It's really, really sad state of affairs. And I know that Dream got caught in an onrushing river flow. He was pulled out, and I don't know the status of his vehicle or him. And I actually haven't received a comment from him in about a day. So I think he's in Georgia, just recovering right now and trying to keep a low profile for the time being. I hope they're doing well. And for everyone else that has endured what they're enduring, I understand a lot of places still don't have power. They don't have water. And Ida was a devastating winch. Hopefully they can recover quickly.
Yeah, me too. And it's a very sad thing that's happened over there.
Yeah.
But I mean, as much as I would like to check out other states, I wouldn't want to actually live there because of the simple fact of, well, I mean, look how skinny I am. I can't swim for crap. So if something like that were to happen and I was there, I would be the first one you would hear on the news. Oh, Matt Average died. He drowned.
Gee, Matt. The human ability to survive is incredible. I would wager, Matt, that your desire to survive would be on the news because not only did you survive, but you saved people in the endeavor. That would be you, Matt.
Why, thank you. I appreciate that comment, scorekeeper.
Big Dog would be the one in the image where he would be holding on to a pole or something and doing some superhero movement of bringing souls out of the river because he is able. I mean, the water goes around Big Dog, so I could see him doing that, almost Thor-like or Captain America-like, where he's holding on to something. Yes, so it's good.
But also in other sad, tragic news, Big Dog, I'm sure you heard the news about Daphne.
Oh, yeah. Depression's a very bad thing.
What happened?
A wrestler that was prominent in the early 90s, mainly with WCW and TNA. She was known as the Scream Queen because her part of her shtick was she screamed a lot, like she was psycho. She's been in severe depression, and she released a very disturbing Instagram video a couple of days ago talking about, you could tell she was troubled. And one of the last things she said is, remember, send my brain to, was Chicago or I can't remember where it was. One of the brain institutes where they check your brain after you've died for, possible damage, from all the concussions and such. She was still close with Mick Foley. And when he saw the video and he tried calling her and she wouldn't answer, so he put out a tweet asking for, if anybody knew where her new address was, to please check on her or have the police check on her. Unfortunately, when they found her address and they checked on her the following morning, she had passed away. Don't know the particulars as to how, but it was suicide. So 44, 46, I can't quite remember.
Yeah, 46.
Yeah.
Aisha comments, other than the hockey item that she lived with hurricanes for 3 years. She's glad she's nowhere near them now. They're deadly and not to be messed with. Yeah.
Yep.
Big Dog, in all the times that we lived in Southern California, last time that we were threatened by a hurricane was sometime in the 70s, right?
Sure. I mean, I've seen water spouts and stuff in my travels up and down California during storms where there was high winds, and I saw it's pretty crazy. I actually saw a double water spout one time it was off the ocean. I think we were we were in Central California somewhere, and it was raining, very very windy, and we were driving, and I remember so I was driving with a couple of my coworkers. We were driving from one store to another for some reason, and we saw the twin spouts.
Okay, check this out. To be a statistical jerk, Big Dog, you said you'd seen them several times, and I know you're not talking about the two of them. How often do you think you've seen the water spouts?
I've probably seen between 6 to 8, maybe.
Oh, wow! If one person in their lifetime sees a water spout, that's amazing. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, and you can blame Rite for that, sending us into shitty areas that we shouldn't be in.
Hey! Don't mention Rite. No, just kidding. I did that. Hey, we gotta be cool about some things. Just kidding.
Why? I don't work for them anymore. I don't give a shit.
I know.
They are the seventh
Actually,
level.
Rite Aid doesn't exist anymore, right? They're completely gone, or does the name still exist?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? There's a Rite Aid up the road from me right here.
They're gone.
Of course
they're gone from right around my corner, man.
Really?
Yeah, remember I mentioned to you the one
no.
Okay, well, very good, Big Dog. They're gone.
No.
Huh.
Yes.
They're still over 2,600 stores, if I remember correctly. They're still number 3. They're still number 3 in the behind Walgreens and CVS.
Okay, why are my lights flashing? Are we gonna have a power outage here? I don't know.
Oh, really? Were your lights flashing right now?
Yeah.
You didn't see that?
No, I was gonna say you're not. No, there were no lights flashing there.
Well, from your vantage point, no, but I'm right here, and I saw it. It went.
Oh. It's called blinking your eyes, Matt.
Scorekeeper.
Oh, I was busy. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. I didn't want to get involved in that one. Wow. Don't blink your eyes.
You want me to go to the standings now?
If you'd like, that would be good. And then we'll do the hapless Harper watch.
And while he's doing that, you can feel free to Google Rite Aid, okay? They're still around.
Oh, okay. All right, Speedy. I'll go ahead and Google them. Big Dog, please, standings.
In the American League, in the East, it is Tampa Bay in the lead with a 85-50 record, followed by the New York Yankees, 6.5 games behind. Boston's behind them, 8 games behind. Then it is Toronto and Baltimore. In the Central, it is the White Sox, still with the commanding lead over the Indians. The White Sox have a 78-57 record. Cleveland is 9.5 games behind, followed by Detroit, Kansas City, and Minnesota. In the West, it is the A-Holes leading the way still with a 5.5 game lead over the Athletics, followed by the Mariners, the Angels, and the Rangers. In the National League, in the East, it is Atlanta leading the way. The lead is shrunk down to 2 games. Atlanta has a 71-63 record. Philadelphia, as I said, the Phillies are 2 games behind, followed by the Mets, 4 games behind. Then it is Miami, and the Nationals are in last place in the East. In the Central, it is the Milwaukee Brewers. Those guys love their beer, but they can still hit the ball. So they have a commanding 10-game lead over scorekeeper's second favorite team, the Cincinnati Reds. followed by the Cardinals. Then it is the Cubs, and Pittsburgh is in last place. In
At
the West,
33 and a half back. Oh, God.
in the West, it is the hated ones in first place with the 86-49 record, followed by the Dodgers right behind them, one game behind, 85-50 record. So yesterday's game, they went in tied for first place. And as scorekeeper said, San Francisco came out ahead on that one. It's a big weekend for both teams. In third place is San Diego, 15 games behind. So the West is a two-team race right now, followed by Colorado, and last place is Arizona. Now, to show how close, going into the game yesterday, how close the Giants and Dodgers were throughout the year. The Dodgers and Giants before yesterday's game had played 16 times. Each team had won 8 games. I believe runs scored. Now, this part I should have screenshot it, and I apologize for not doing it, but I'm paraphrasing. Runs scored were something like 65-64.
Oh, wow.
And it pretty much everything's been even across the board between these two teams. So they are literally evenly split up until yesterday. So now the Giants have a 1-game lead, not only in the standings, but in the series. So right now they're 9 games to 8 games with 2 games left to play in this series. So these guys are evenly matched. And I forgot to tell you that, scorekeeper. With all the Yankee fans there yesterday, there was, no offense to Matt and the Giants, him being a Giants fan, there was an idiot wearing a Buster Posey jersey.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
and he went by us several times.
I was like, what the hell are you doing in a Yankee Angel game? Not even in the right conference.
A conference.
Not even in the right league. I'm thinking basketball. Not even in the right league.
League, division, everything. Yes. It was funny that it wasn't. I was just like, yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah.
Wait, what did he look like? Could you tell how tall he was? Because he might be the same guy that came up here dressed in Dodgers gear.
No, he was.
Oh. Okay.
No, because there were no true Dodger fan, nor any true Giants fan would be caught wearing the other person's jersey. There is no Giants fan that would wear a Dodger jersey, and a true Giants fan. There was no true Dodger fan that would be caught dead wearing a Giants jersey. I'm sorry. That's just it. No.
Matt, you would never wear a Dodger cap.
No, never. No. That would never happen.
If I purchased a brand new Dodger cap for you, that thing would not even be in your house.
No, I would shoot a video of I would do Facebook Live, and you would see me chucking it in the garbage.
Oh.
All the garbage man and taking the garbage out. That would be my live video.
I thought your video would have been something akin to Andrea, where she would light the cap on fire.
That's what I was thinking, too.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm dreading because, remember, scorekeeper remembers, I don't know if Matt knows or I've said it before, but I owe a bet to Mr. One Jason Jackson that I lost years and years ago, and he has never asked me to cash in yet. Hi, Gridiron Girl. And when
Gridiron Girl said she would never, ever.
When I have to cash in on that bet, I'm going to end up having hives. I already know.
Oh.
And for those who don't remember, I, of course, took my Lakers in a series against Oklahoma City. This was when they were not doing good. This is a good 7 years ago, 8 years ago. We made the playoffs, and I took the Lakers over OKC. And OKC is Jason's team, and they beat us. And the bet was that he would buy a Boston Celtics jersey, and I would have to wear the jersey in front of one of the Lakers statues at Staples Center. and he could take all the pictures he wanted.
You better hope that COVID stays.
He has yet to cash in on this bet. So, and I told him I would wear anything except a McHale jersey or an Ainge jersey. He can pick another damn player he wants. But I would absolutely fruit. And I would do this only because I don't welch on bets. So, of course, I'm not going to encourage, me doing it. But I don't welch on bets. So, if he ever actually came up to me with a Celtic jersey, we would drive down to Staples Center and I would wear it. So, but I will break out in hives.
Yeah, dude. Wow. Again, you make those bets.
Yep.
You are a believer, and wow.
See, and this is why I carefully pick my spots when making bets. Like when I stealthily made the bet with a couple of friends at church 2 years ago with the Super Bowl. When I told everybody the Niners were gonna lose, I even came here for the entire show with you guys, and we went through that whole thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we heard that too, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll lower the volume. I'm clearing my Facebook posts.
Oh, was that you, Big Dog?
Yeah.
Oh, I was blaming Matt. I said, no. Yeah, I heard that, Matt.
No, I'm clearing the volume is up. I'm clearing my Facebook notifications.
I'm sorry, Matthew. That was.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, thanks for apologizing.
I sorry. Yeah. Wow. Very quickly, we got a like from someone named Peter Gama, and we got another one from Sonia Rubles, and another one from Aisha Kerr and Eric Ogle. So we're up to 4 likes this morning. What a glorious morning, folks! And it's absolutely fun. I know that Gridiron Girl she's getting closer on the Friday night lights. She was in Glendora. I'm not sure the teams that were playing, but Aisha, I'm sorry, Gridiron Girl. I have not been to a high school game in like maybe 25 years, maybe even 30. I would like, or maybe that's a hint and a half. I've already told her I wanted to go. She hasn't told me anything yet. But if you're going to a high school game, let me know. I would love to attend. So, Big Dog and I and my daughter, we had a good time on Wednesday. And we may get one more Angel game before the year is out. But I also have tickets to cash in for the Padre game. As you all know, I went with Gmo and my sister a few weeks past. Padres won in the bottom of the 9th, which was really awesome. I'm sorry, the bottom of the 10th. But because their POS system, no joke, retail point of sale, failed for the entire game, they gave me vouchers. Even though we ate food before, because we were there early, and it was awesome. But I have vouchers to cash in now. And I think on September 25th, I'm going back to San Diego. I think they're going to be playing the Braves. So I'm looking forward to that. It should be fun. I enjoyed my time going to San Diego, folks. Let me tell you, it's a nice stadium, nice people. I'm generalizing, but everyone was so nice to us.
So you now have vouchers for free food?
Not the food.
No, free game.
Yeah, free game. And if I cash in those vouchers, they're $45 each, man. So, yeah.
Wow. Nice.
That's the only thing I noticed. The ticket prices were a bit more expensive over there, but nowhere near what is going on with Los Angeles. Dodgers, they've gone psycho on their fan base. The prices have shot up ridiculously. And, hey, that's what you get when you're a world champion. But damn, they're leaving a sour taste in me. And it's just because it's so expensive, it's ridiculous.
Yes, especially when it comes to the hot dog and nacho prices, especially with soda. But I've only got 4 minutes left.
Why?
A Big Dog. Did you happen to watch SmackDown last night?
Yeah.
What do you think of the new logo for NXT?
Sucks.
I know, because the plan is Vince wants to do what Eric Bischoff was originally going to do with WCW, which is take it off the air for a while and rebrand it with a brand new logo. But I guess Vince changed his mind because that's what he constantly does, and he even had the whole Raw show picked out, but then he ripped up the script and rewrote it and was like, no, we're changing everything for Raw, and we're going to show the new logo for NXT on SmackDown. And this has been a constant thing, but he's trying to take credit for something that he did not create. This is all Triple H. Can we send him off somewhere else?
Well, the thing though is that him and Bruce Pritchard, starting September 12th.
12th, yeah.
They're going to take over NXT and they are going to turn it back into a truly developmental territory or brand. They're going to do away with all the old guys. So Ciampa and Roddy Strong are probably next guys on the chopping block. Adam Cole is gone.
Yeah.
He may show up tomorrow because he was on a extended contract. So the 90-day clause does not do.
Oh, lost the big dog there. That was a bummer.
That was a bummer.
He should be joining us in about a minute. Very quickly, folks. Okay, no, that one's a bit too long on the joke, so I don't want to waste Matt's time. And he is back. Wow, that might have been 15 seconds. Maybe a little bit more. Hey, big dog.
Well, Adam, as I said, Adam Cole's gone, and the way his contract, since it was extended, the 90-day non-compete clause does not apply to him. So, oh,
he froze.
Yeah, he did.
He froze again. Oh, he's having some internet issues. Okay.
The last pay-per-view.
Big dog, you froze. And actually, you're still frozen.
Which was last before whatever the hell it was his last.
We lost him again. Oh, man. All right. Well, so goes Big Dog. So goes Sports Talk with the guys. Hopefully, he'll join us in a moment. As the coffin was being lowered into the ground at a traffic warden's funeral, a voice from inside screams, "I'm not dead! I'm not dead! Let me out!" The vicar smiles, leans forward, sucking air through his teeth, and mutters, "Too late, pal. I've already done the paperwork." Hey, Big Dog. You all right, man?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It'll catch up.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so Vince and Bruce Pritchard are taking over, and then we're going to make it a developmental. They are looking for guys that are 6'3", 6'4", 270, 280 pounds, and all the people, as he calls them, midgets. So the Johnny Garganos of the world. Those type of guys are on the outs. He doesn't want any indie stars anymore whatsoever. So NXT, I predict here, if Scorekeeper wants to write it down, he can. If not, that's fine also. But I predict that NXT will go to YouTube within a year because it's not going to be viable to watch on TV anymore. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah. And that also means no more takeover pay-per-views. Those were absolutely amazing.
Yep. Those are usually the better pay-per-views. I mean, whenever they had a WWE weekend when it was the main roster and an NXT pay-per-view, NXT would always seem to have the better pay-per-view. They did this time too. I liked TakeOver over SummerSlam. But Raw is a mess. SmackDown is a mess, and they're cutting the wrong people, I don't know what they're trying to do with Becky. They're trying to. I don't know if she's supposed to be an out and out heel, if she's supposed to be a Steve Austin type of middler, if she's just a face with an attitude. I mean, I don't know what they're trying to do with her. I've been reading stuff everywhere that they're going to turn
Yeah.
Bianca heel. They're going to have Becky heel. Becky heel doesn't work to me because to me that'll lose a lot of sales with the younger kids. The same reason why they never turned John Cena heel, who, from my understanding, John Cena has been wanting to turn heel for like a decade now. He wants a heel turn, and they won't do it because there's too much money to be made otherwise. And I see the same thing with Becky. She's had, her two promos have been slightly heelish, but not really. So
Yeah,
it's
not really, because she's only been addressing Bianca. I mean, Bianca's been like, you don't know me. You can't even
yeah,
fathom what I'm dreaming of, but I want my title shot. And every time she's done that to Becky, Becky's like, no, we're not having
yeah,
a title match. Just no. So
yeah.
she's doing heel with her. She's not doing heel with the fans. So she's like stuck in the middle
Well, I
of
mean,
this.
no, her promo last week where she said she apologizes for absolutely nothing. That
Yeah,
was to the fans,
that was to the
and
fan.
that's a heel promo.
Yeah.
That's a heel promo. So so she has done heelish stuff. I mean, it was just last week and this week, of course.
So
But
she's kind of on the border of that.
yeah, so
Nobody.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they're planning with it. It's like they don't know what to do with her. You brought her back to squash Bianca, which I think was wrong. They could have had a decent match. They could have had, even if it was a fast match, a 7 to 10 minute match. But why do it in 27 seconds? You build Bianca up to be this all everything uh people the kids can look up to and look what she's accomplished and so on and so forth. And Sasha once again don't know what her thing is, whether she has COVID, whether she took her ball and went home again because she has attitude problems. I don't know, but this is becoming a regular thing with Sasha now, and that cost them the main event in the pay per view. So they had to pull out the big guns, and that's why they brought Becky back. I understand that, but as for squashing Bianca the way she did, I think that it's once again Vince in his mind. I don't know what the hell he's thinking. Why build someone up all those months, invest all that money, and as a motivational type of good guy, you know, only to have her be squashed in 27 seconds, and now there's big talk about her turning her heel. I can see her turning heel, but why do all that?
Yeah, why didn't they just have a triple threat match? That would have made things easier. But
Yeah, I
no,
mean,
just
yeah,
wait till the last 30 seconds of the match and go out there and win.
yeah, something. I mean, it's like I said, WWE is just a mess, and AEW is creeping up on them big time. Ever since CM Punk showed up, or actually before CM Punk showed up,
Before,
they
yeah.
they've been pulling in a million plus on the ratings. Um, I think their last 3 or 4 ratings in a row, they pulled in over 1 million. They had never done it. Or actually, I take it back. They had done it twice, and that was at the very, very beginning, a year and a half ago. But AEW is pulling in quality people. I don't. The one thing I don't like is a couple of the Paul Wright matches. Big Show. There's no reason to have him wrestle. He doesn't need to get it. In the ring. He's beyond it. Mark Henry, leave him at the announcing booth. Okay, that's fine. But quit bringing in the old guys. Christian Cage, yeah, he's a good wrestler, but you know what? The roster's too full of talent to give a spotlight to Christian, who's a 22-year veteran, 25-year veteran. His time has passed. I'm sorry. AEW is all about the young guys showing what they can do. Yes, you want to bring in star power, but Christian's star power isn't that great. I mean, it's not like Sting. When Sting came back, everybody lost their minds when he came back.
Yeah.
and he's proven he can deal with, still wrestle. Christian can still wrestle, yes, but he's not a draw. I mean, I'm not going to pay to see Christian. I'll pay to see Sting, but I'm not going to pay to see Christian. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, that will do it for me, guys. Big Dog, thank you for the information. I will look into that later today.
Yeah, check it out.
Yep. You guys have a good rest of the show. Peace
Thank you,
out.
Speedy.
Take care.
Thanks for joining us early on. All right. See, there it is. All right. Thanks, Speedy. Ladies and gentlemen, glad to have Speedy have joined us again. Had been a little while, so I'm really happy that he's back. And he had mentioned to me when the program began that he had been working odd shifts, and it was just very difficult for him to be here. But he, just hasn't been able to be here. But I'm glad he's back. But unfortunately, we will not be on air next week. It is the anniversary, the 20th anniversary to 9/11, and we will not be on at that time. We just never have been on Saturday morning at that hour, so I do apologize, and we're just going to be on in 2 weeks. So, all right, Big Dog, did you have any quick announcements, like maybe your grandson, because we haven't been on air for about a week or 2 weeks actually. Someone's birthday. I'm gonna wait.
Yes. Well, he turned one on the 25th. So, but his birthday party was last Saturday. Yes. And since you're saying
everyone
that,
loves you, Big Dog, but you have a dickishness in you. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt, and I think that's probably why we get along, because our levels of dickishness is comparable.
Never mind. I was going to say something, but never mind.
Sure.
Yeah, all kidding aside, though, all seriousness, all kidding aside, I'd like to be serious just for a second. Actually, I do want to wish a happy birthday, even though she's no longer with us. She's been gone for a bit now. My mom's birthday is today. She would have, of course, turned 96, which, she probably still wouldn't be with us, but still, today is her birthday, and, just want to wish my mom a happy birthday. I miss you, and Roger, of course, knew you very, very well. Had much respect for you. And my mom loved you, Roger. Just want to let you know that. So, but anyways.
Big Dog, I'm sorry to say that it just dawned on me right now. And I've known this forever. And folks, it's funny. I have 500 clients, okay? And they think I know absolutely everything about them. Those days are gone. I can't remember that stuff. And I think Big Dog knows what I'm alluding to when he mentioned his mom's birthday. I knew her birthday for the longest time, but as my clientele grew, you just lose track of stuff. And there's something another reason why I brought my assistant on is because I want to do that. Go back to celebrating people's birthdays. I'm sorry, Big Dog?
I was just going to ask you that. Who stood you up?
Oh, it wasn't my assistant. She would have gone had I asked her to go. Just kidding. Leticia stood me up. So it's all right. And it was like a last minute stand up too. So I was like,
so how was Shanghai?
You know what? It was excellent. I have to go watch it again because I was so damn tired that I think I nodded off twice. I was just so damn tired. But of what I saw, which was over half the movie was terribly entertaining. It was very well done. Look, I know it's Hollywood. I know it's cinema. But there were a lot of people involved to make this movie look phenomenal. And it was fun. like I said, I think I was just way exhausted, and the fact that I had to sit down for over 6 hours, and I sat down, I was just tired. And being alone, you're just,
And what was the early one that you saw?
Stillwater.
Oh, how was
And
that?
I think actually Stillwater took it out of me. Stillwater is a serious movie. It's a drama.
Yes, it is.
But it was, there were two significant plot events, and I'll leave it at that because I don't want to look. Matt Damon, I think he chose uh, a good story, and their execution was good. But it is a hardcore drama. I haven't seen one of these in a long time, and it's an intellectual drama. There's very little action. It's a story that you have to figure out what's going on. So it was a good story, but it sapped a lot of my energy. And
Good for Matt Damon though. Like you said, it's a drama with very little action. This might have been like a cleansing palette for Matt Damon since he's been doing a lot of action movies over this last decade or so, and he may have just wanted to get back to his roots because a lot of people forget Goodwill Hunting, wasn't it? Himself and Ben Affleck they wrote that, they wrote and directed, or
that was their coming of age, I believe.
yes,
Yeah.
And he may, and it's great everything he's done, and I know he's grateful for all the opportunities he had, but he might be to a point where he's saying, hey, I think I want to do a drama. So this might have been, something that he felt he needed to get out of his system for now. I've seen I've read about a few actors that kind of where they're stuck in a certain type of movie, and then they want to just do something different, just to do something different.
Aisha, so much so, Aisha, that I am off the Facebook dating site. I'm off Match.com. I have just grown frustrated with the inanity of it. And
now, Aisha, now he's on Farmers Forever, and and
I don't know those.
And the Christian dating service one.
Oh, no illusion there. No, I'm not on the Catholic Mingles site, so I wouldn't be on the Christian one either. I portend. And look, folks, I've been asked by other coworkers and other people because they know of what's been going on in my life, and they've been wondering this. So what's the deal? I said, dude, I'm just looking for someone to go out with. I want to go out and see a movie, maybe catch a meal. That's it. I just want adult company, to have a conversation with someone. And I know that these sites, that's not the primary thing there. And it doesn't matter what you try to say, what you try to do. It's the expected thing, and it's just, whatever. So I have withdrawn. I'm just paying attention to already getting ready for next season, for lack of a better word.
You should go on there. You should go on a website. It's called Tinder. They'll help you out there.
I actually am familiar with Tinder in that I know what it is, and it's like, nah, it's okay. I appreciate it, big dog. I can always go and watch Futurama or Star Trek because it would be a lot funny and a lot more entertaining.
Actually, if you go and if you can find a Yellow Pages somewhere, they still exist.
They do.
Go in the Yellow Pages, and under entertainment, there are certain phone ads that you can call, and they will help you with someone to go out with for the evening.
Actually, they're very easy to find on the internet. And those are super, super expensive, as I understand.
Well,
no, if
you actually only want to talk and go out, and it won't be as expensive. You're gonna go see the donkey show? You're gonna go see the donkey show?
That was a Freudian slip. Good morning, Roz! So dating is today's sport. It is a sport that I am a for everything loser, Roz. So yes, that would be a topic here on Sports Talk with the Guys.
I hope you and the family are keeping safe. No,
Yes.
Roger's actually gonna go to Mexico and he's gonna go watch the donkey show.
No, I'm not. That's not something I'm going to do. It's not something that, even in jest, it's never no. I've had other people tell me that stuff, and it's like, no, no. I need to make that clear. General Dalton, thank you, sir. Appreciate the like. Good morning, everyone. Yes, we have Aisha here. We have Gridiron Girl, and of course, we have. Why do you think I have so many damn cats? The way the cats treat me is like having a significant other. They're good. So they're dismissive, and they only want certain things at certain times, and they just leave when they're done. And that's my life right now. So no sympathies. I'm not trying to even play the sympathy card. I was stood up on Thursday night.
Who said sympathies?
And it is the second time I was stood up, and it is what it is. Well, when people start telling their story like that, Big Dog, they're trying to elicit sympathy, and I'm not. It's just I mentioned that I apologized to the Big Dog that maybe he could go see a movie with me, and it turned out that I didn't even get a chance to call him because I was stood up within a minute of the movie start time. I was told, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to make it."
You still could have called me. I am literally less than 10 minutes away.
Okay, Big Dog. Fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
I had the phone. I looked at the phone. I was like, okay, it's 5 o'clock. Okay, he's not going to call. It's 6 o'clock. Okay, he's not going to call. All right.
This is what the Big Dog is implying. All right, I'm like, okay, start time. I'm going to wait for the person. Oh, sorry, something came up. I'm not going to be able to make it. Oh, let me call the Big Dog. Yeah, that was my first thought. I'm like, after the, esta hija de su mendiga madre, no es la primera vez que me haga esto, pero yo como siendo el pendejo del mundo, ay, no puedo creer que la hija de su mendiga me lo hizo otra vez. Oh, hey, Big Dog, why don't you come on over? I just got stood up. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I apologize, Big Dog. Let's see, if you live with cats, you should be able to handle women. We're kind of the same at times. Well, I readily acknowledge that. So it's just, and that's fine. I mean, it's not like I haven't been stood up before, but this was before I got married. And I've actually, when it came to dates, I don't think I'd actually ever been stood up on something like that. So it's kind of shocking like this. It's like, okay, look, if you don't want to go, just say you don't want to go. And that's it. So I could have gone out with the Big Dog.
So when are you going to send her the bill?
The 50-cent bill?
No, she doesn't know that.
Oh, sure. No, I'm done. That's what led to the conversation. It's just, I'm done. So it's all good.
For this week.
No, I have things to do for a while now. As a matter of fact, on the 12th, I'm going up to Seattle with Giselle. So, oh my God, that's next weekend. That's this weekend coming up.
Yes,
wow.
It is.
Yeah, Gmo, we got to talk about what you're going to do for your flight.
So Sunday? You're leaving on a Sunday?
I'm leaving Sunday morning at about 6 a.m. from LAX. We're going to get up there at about 8. And then the game time is scheduled for 1 o'clock. So
you guys are you're gonna take her Friday to get tested?
We'd have to go on Thursday because sometimes it's a little more than 24 hours. So, and knowing that there's a holiday on Monday, I can't risk it. I'll have to go on Thursday. So, Big Dog, I ask you to take over, please. Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, I am having issues this morning, and I forgot to take my. Go ahead, Big Dog. What are they? Little blue pills or green pills?
No.
Oh, he's not going to take a shot at me this morning.
No.
Oh, they're blue pills. They are. They're blue. No, it's okay.
I wouldn't know.
I don't have those either. So.
Well, yeah, you have no use for them. I win
funny.
I
don't hear you. That was funny. But folks, I'll be back. Obviously, I had something last night, and I've got to get the medication right now. I'll be back.
Alrighty, folks. Scorekeeper is will be back soon. What I didn't understand, quick hockey news. The San Jose Sharks have their associate coach. His name is Rocky Thompson. He's stepping down after just being hired just a few months ago because of the COVID mandates that the National Hockey League is instituting. So this is the article. San Jose Sharks associate coach Rocky Thompson is stepping down from his role due to a medical exemption that prevents him from receiving the vaccination for COVID-19. It says, under the new league protocols, I am not permitted to fulfill my duties on the Shark coaching staff at this time. I will have no further comment on the matter. Now, the NHL protocols for this upcoming season state that any person whose job or access requires them to be within 12 feet of players must be vaccinated for COVID-19. Now, Thompson joined the Sharks coaching staff late last year after previously coaching minor league teams in the OHL and AHL. And he played 25 career games over 4 seasons with the Flames and Panthers professionally. He is a up-and-coming star as far as in the coaching ranks, who they said will be a coach sooner rather than later. What I don't understand, and I'll have to look into it on the NBA side of things, and I'll wait for Scorekeeper to come back and ask him about the baseball side of it. But I understand that they want all the coaching staff and anybody that's in constant contact with players to be fully vaccinated. But if you have a medical exemption, such as Mr. Thompson, that prevents him from getting the vaccine, I don't see how you have to essentially either fire the guy or have him, as he did, step down from his position because he has a medical condition that will not allow him to get the shot. It does not give the medical condition. They did not disclose that, so I'm not sure what it is. But he evidently has a medical condition that he will not be able to get the shot. So I would have expected the NHL, which of course is one of the 4 major sports in America here, that they would have had some sort of exception written into that rule that if you can prove that you medically cannot have this procedure done, the vaccine, that they would find ways around it. Which, if players are allowed to not have the shot, the vaccine, and they're just more stringent rules that apply to them as it is in the NBA, where in the NBA right now, if you're not vaccinated, it is your choice as a player, but you are given more stringent rules where you have to be tested, I believe, either daily or almost twice daily before practice and before games. And also, you're not allowed to go out on road games. You're not allowed to go to any restaurant that you want, so on and so forth. It's kind of like when the NBA had their bubble, when you're only allowed to stay in your hotel room or your the one restaurant you're allowed to. Scorekeeper, I'm glad you're back. There is a San Jose Sharks coach that stepped down because he has a medical condition that prevents him from receiving the COVID-19 vaccination. Now, the NHL has rules stating that anybody that is in constant. I don't know if you can hear me or not. You froze. I don't know if I froze. Hello? Scorekeeper? I guess I'll continue talking. There are, if you're within close proximity of players, they said 12 feet or less, and you're constantly around them. Can you hear me?
You're back.
Okay.
And I believe the network is back. Folks, I do apologize.
Yeah, you
This
froze.
was connectivity on our side. This was us. So we ask you to bear with us. Okay.
What was the last thing you heard from me?
NHL player, or no, coach that has a medical condition that prevents him from getting the shot, and the NHL has rules
Stating that if you are within in close proximity, 12 feet or less, all the time with players, which he is because he's an assistant coach, um, you have to be vaccinated. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So he is stepping down from his position as assistant coach because of his medical condition that prevents him from getting the shot. And I personally don't think this is right. I thought maybe he was stepping down because he didn't want to get the shot, but they say no, he is not able to get the shot. And as I was explaining when we froze, I didn't know we froze, but NHL players, along with I know in the NBA and I think also NFL, I don't know about baseball, but if you are a player and decide not to get the vaccination, you're still allowed to play, but you're under much more stringent rules. You have to get tested. In the NBA, you're going to have to get tested daily or twice a day, and you're not allowed to leave your hotel on road games. You're only allowed to go to the hotel restaurant, kind of like when they were in the bubble type of situation. And that's for unvaccinated players. Now, of course, if you're vaccinated, you can do whatever. It's kind of like nothing's wrong. So you can go out and go to restaurants, visit friends, so on and so forth. But I don't see how the rules are coaching or management rather than players. I mean, I can't see why you can't test this gentleman every day also the same way as you would an unvaccinated player. I mean, I don't understand that if he has a verifiable medical condition that prevents him from getting this vaccination, why he has to lose his job.
Okay, well, first of all, it's okay. I don't want to get into the legal requirement. Is to say it's proven that first of all, you can require this. It's been litigated to death, and just because I don't have an answer right now,
No, I
doesn't
understand
mean
that.
it doesn't exist. Oh no, well, I'm giving the answer, Big Dog, and there's a little bit more to it. So, okay, I think I lost my train of thought now. I'm sorry. But you just don't want to deal with it. Look, it's the way the game is played. You can have an executive, Big Dog, or a coach, I don't want to say technically, but you can have them operate independently. But there are some positions that are going to be in close proximity all the time. So you just do it. You do it. It's an issue of money sometimes, and I'm reaching for this one. It's like, come on, man. There are certain people that you're going to spend the money on because you have to, and for others you're not because you don't have to. And if they don't want to follow the rules, it's just much easier. Say, okay, you want to go? This is the way it's going to be. We're going to do it for these people this way, and you're going to do it for these people that way. It's unfortunate. Could it be laziness? Yeah. I believe it just comes down to cost, Big Dog. But I'm reaching on that one.
And I understand it comes down to cost, but then, I mean, to me, this opens the door for a lawsuit because you're singling him out because he's not a player. I don't think that's right. He's an important part of the team. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an assistant coach. If you're hired as an assistant coach, that means you are an assistant to the coach. You are an important cog in that team. So I can't see if they're getting if the number, and I don't know how many guys are on a hockey team. Let's say it's 15. Let's say it's 17. You're the number 17 guy that decides I don't want to be vaccinated, so I'm going to get tested instead with a nose swab every single day. How is he more important than the coach who's helping you on the defensive or the offensive, helping you with plays or whatever? That he can't. It's not that he's refusing to get vaccinated. He can't for whatever medical reason he has. And as I said, the article does not give his medical condition, and that's fine. I understand that. But it's been verified medically that he cannot get the vaccination. So they're saying, well, you can't get it, you can't work. And to me, that's wrong. To me, give him the swab every single day. If you're going to do it to, the number 19 guy on the team, why can't you do it to the assistant coach? But that's just me, though. I'm an ass.
Yeah, and well, I don't think you're being an ass, big dog. Especially in this. I don't think you are. Okay. I looked it up right now because I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. I know that for the influenza shot every year, if you have something related to eggs, you should avoid it, or if you have a reaction. So I didn't think of weakened immune systems, and that would be one reason why you would probably not get it. So I'm like, okay, fine, I'll let that argument go. But it's big dog. The ramification is, especially in this litigious society, there will be lawsuits.
I thought if you had a weakened immune system, you were encouraged to get the shot.
People with HIV and those with weakened immune systems. Now it gets a little more specific. Autoimmune, so that's yet another condition. So people who have previously had the Guillain-Barré syndrome, as you know, that's the facial paralysis.
Mm-hmm.
That also Bell's palsy. So apparently, those that have had it, it's a no-no to get the type of vaccine with the COVID-19.
Oh shit! Because I had Bell's palsy. Remember years ago? No one ever said anything. I never read about Bell's palsy. If you had Bell's palsy, not to get it.
Well, it's a recommendation against it. So when I received the Johnson & Johnson shot, I mentioned that I instantly felt a paralysis in my left side. And I was very concerned. I'm waiting there the 15 minutes, and I'm feeling my muscles in ways that I'd never felt them before. And I started to massage it out, and I was lucky. I could feel the muscles in the left cheek, and it was strange, as if they were tightening up. So I don't know. But we all know I took the Johnson & Johnson shot. I had headaches for 6 weeks. That's what I went through. And I was lucky that's all I had, because to this day, when I was given the shot, I didn't feel it. The day after, I didn't feel it either. I just had headaches, and they were severe. But I lost.
I guess I was lucky. I had headache for like half a day, and my arm was sore like for a day and a half.
I would have taken a sore arm, seriously. But the headaches were bad. I was unable to drive. I was able to concentrate. As a matter of fact, I think I couldn't do several of these programs because of that, having the headaches, and it just wasn't good. But anyway, big dog, there will be lawsuits, and I am confused. Thank God I'm not involved on the labor decision making when it comes to COVID-19. As far as Jedi Tax is concerned, and I don't want to get into any other stuff, but as far as NDB Media and Jedi.tax, we are not requiring anyone associated with the firm to be inoculated. We are not requiring proof, but we are following the county guidelines, California guidelines, and federal guidelines on masking and materials. As a matter of fact, my assistant took the lead to follow the guidelines that when we did have clients, she would wipe everything down off after, and she trained my daughter to do the same. So we were following the guidelines, but I did not require anyone to, to have a shot or to have the vaccine administered.
Yeah. Back to the NHL thing. Yeah. I'm just curious as to why, or if anybody brought up this particular scenario, because I mean, when you're negotiating this sort of thing, even if you're doing it right away, because of course, the way things have happened with COVID, I mean, all things are done, really, really, really fast. But you would think someone in that group of 20, 30 people that were coming up with this new rule, that someone would have said, hey, there's people out there that cannot get the shot. What are we going to do about that? And I can't believe that all the people that were involved in making this rule, that not one of them thought about that. I can't fathom that. And if they did, if they were just like, we'll deal with it when it happens. I mean,
yes, and that's what I was thinking about, Aisha. I was like, okay, well, wait a minute. The Johnson & Johnson was actually the one that had part of the part of it in there. I forget the RNA was used, and again, I've kind of gotten away with it, but the artificial ones were the other two. So I'm no longer able to explain that because I can't recall at the moment, so I'm at a loss. But there were significant differences in all three of them. But I know the AstraZeneca, the I forget the one, Moderna, and the Pfizer. Actually, AstraZeneca, I don't believe is authorized here in the United States, but Moderna and Pfizer, yeah, Moderna and Pfizer, they are similar.
And now they're saying, at least they were a few weeks ago, because they're talking about, of course, booster shot, that you should, in essence, kind of cross train type of thing. That if you had the Moderna shot, that your booster should be the Pfizer shot, and if you had the Pfizer shot, your booster shot should be the Moderna shot. I don't know if I agree with that, but my booster wouldn't be due till January, so I'll have to wait till then. I agree with her, Aisha, on this one. I've only had the flu shot twice in my life. Both times I got the sickest I've ever gotten in my life. Horrible, horrible time. So I do not take the shot anymore. I refuse.
You're struggling. I went through the same things where on the first time I took the flu shot, it knocked me down. But I was told, well, you got to take it again. And I did the second year. And it was so mild. And I think I'm 4 out of the last 5 years where, I really don't feel anything. But, I know you had a bad reaction, Big Dog, and you did twice. What is there to say?
Yep. Well, I don't know if I don't know if I'd say it's a bad reaction. I took the shot, and within a week I got the flu, and it was the worst flu I've had in my life. It was horrible. I mean, all the worst things you could have happen to you in the flu, that's what happened to me. So, and it happened twice. I took it one time, and then maybe about 3 or 4 years later, I took it another time. Same thing. I got just as sick as a dog. I mean, and for me, for people who don't know me, I don't get sick. I only get sick maybe once, maybe twice a year, and it's usually over in a couple of days. This thing knocked me on my ass for over a week, where I couldn't even work, and I have to be practically dead for me not to work when I was healthy. This was a while ago that I had these shots when I was, working 55 hours a week, and I was on normal schedule. And for me to call in sick, that doesn't happen, guys. I've had, in fact, I just told the story the other day. I was working, running a job. I was a merchandiser, so we were putting in a new store, and I had a bad tooth. So I went into work, got everybody ready, took an extended lunch, had oral surgery. I told them to pack the shit out of my mouth, and I went back to work and finished out my day, and I put in 12 hours that day with an open surgical wound.
You had an open wound, yes.
Yeah. And I would just excuse myself every half hour, 45 minutes to change all the dressing inside, and then go right back out there again.
See, that's the thing about the Big Dog, folks. Think about that.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
No, no, folks. The Big Dog I mean, look at what it has to be to knock him down. I mean, I get it, big dog. The only thing for me that would knock me down is that it's a work day. So I understand. The only thing that'll cause me to go home is if it's Monday through Thursday.
I'm going to switch real quick because I have to go get Kathy. So I'm going to switch to my phone. So I will be
big
right
dog,
back.
That's what having the flu does to me as well. If I have it, I'm down for at least 3 weeks. Wow. And for me, I now swear by the shot because it does work. And I'm sorry to scare everyone in full screen right now. But I do apologize, folks. It's not a good morning right now. So hopefully the big dog can get back real quick. But I am having difficulties. It's usually not that bad in the morning. But what I'm feeling is, if you can imagine your stomach, and it's around the stomach on the lower left side. So that's my intestine. I'm genuinely feeling discomfort right there, right now. And it's yeah. So we're going to get through this, but I do apologize for the theatrics. It's completely unintentional. I've learned that this thing will not go away in a few weeks. It's going to take a long time. So we'll see how we'll go. I know it's tired. I pushed it yesterday, and I think that's what it is. And unfortunately, I was so hungry. If you were watching the program, my daughter prepared dinner yesterday, and it was wonderful that she did. But unfortunately, there was something in there that I was so tired last night that I didn't realize. Hey, big dog. Thank you for...
Hola.
Yes. So we're good. I did admit to the audience that, yes, I am laboring, big dog, so I do apologize for the theatrics. So we're just going to continue on because it's good.
No theatrics.
I did want to, when I lost my internet connection, I closed all of my browsers or the tabs because I didn't want to slow everything down. But we're going to do the Hapless Harper watch. I appreciate that, Aish. Yes, thank you. If I got to go, then just go. Yes, I'm sure. Yeah. I've been upfront about this, folks, because it's, I've been told in the past, dude, you don't tell anyone anything. It's okay, fine. I'm doing it now. So, but I don't want to make it where I'm trying to take advantage of it or I'm eliciting the sympathy. I am not. Because I have joked about this, folks, and I say that what I have, thank goodness, is a first world problem. And for those of you that know and don't know, when you say it's a third world issue, you're talking about the unsophisticated, the poor parts of the world. And I'm not trying to say that first world is that, but let's just say that what I have can be cured and it will go away. It's just I'm learning to have to deal with it. So
I have a question for you.
Knowing that there's no video, go ahead, big dog.
Since we're the third planet from the sun, isn't everything a third world problem?
That's rather short, dude. I don't think that's ever short anyway. So very quickly, we're going to have to give kudos to Harper. He's batting .302 on the season with a .415 on-base percentage and a .998 OPS. He has 26 homers and 63 RBIs. I think the ratio is just a little bit off if I have anything to pick on him for. But when you're hitting .302, folks, that is really good. In the last 7 days, not only is he hitting .302, but he's hitting on all cylinders. He is batting .379 with a .424 on base and a .724 slugging. He's hit 2 home runs, 7 RBIs. He's walked 3 times, struck out 7 times. And he's doing everything that the Phillies need for him to do right now. If you really wanted to slam him, it's his RBI numbers could be down. But it doesn't matter. Right now, for the time being, Mr. Harper is earning his money. Good for him. But, he still is overpriced. And he's not doing everything. But look, the numbers are there. Good for him. Congratulations. And I don't have very much to say. I've been accused of in the past, when Harper's doing well, you don't talk about it. Yeah, we do. You're just not paying attention. And in this case, he is doing well, and we readily acknowledge it. So, Aisha says, and I thank you, Aisha, for that.
Can you hear? Sorry, can
yes,
you hear me? Oh, okay. Do want to make sure. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Not at all. And Aisha, and I thank you for sharing that. And I'm not going to say the most obvious thing, but I am sympathetic to that, and I appreciate that you spend time with us. I thank you for sharing that. And yes, I think that's why I share it with people, because look, it is very difficult to get through, and sharing actually does make one feel better. But I guess I do try to hide it, but there are times that I just can't. And that's why I'm upfront about it, because I want to continue doing what I'm doing. So I'm belaboring this and knowing that the big dog is back. Hey, what's going on in basketball? I know, what a jerk.
Lots and lots. All I want to say is if we ever get together as a group, I want to make sure we play poker, because we will all win like crazy, because you have no poker face.
Yes, you've told me that several times already.
As far as basketball, lots going on.
Aldridge has come out of retirement.
Yes, LaMarcus Aldridge has come out of retirement. He is signed with the
Nets.
with the Brooklyn Nets, which was a team he was with before. As you remember, he had a medical problem. I believe it was his heart, and he was forced to retire immediately. That was at the beginning of last season, and I guess he has taken many tests from tons of different doctors that specialize in whatever was wrong with him, and he's been given the green light to come back. So he has signed a 1-year contract with the Nets. Now, in that, there was a trade to make room for him, and it was DeAndre Jordan was traded along with, I believe it was 2 second-round draft picks and cash. I can't remember who he was traded for. I don't have it with me.
Is this the trade with Detroit?
Yes, he was traded to Detroit.
He was traded for Jahlil Okafor, which that surprised me.
Oh, Jahlil Okafor, that's right, yes.
And Sekou.
Yeah, he's
Doumbouya.
Yeah, and they immediately, this is probably the fastest buyout that I have ever heard of, and that's across all the sports. I've never seen. He was pretty much traded in the morning, and by the afternoon, he was bought. DeAndre Jordan was bought out by Detroit Pistons. I believe he had a $20 million salary, and they paid him, I believe it was $15 million to forego that entire year. So he became a free agent, and he was immediately signed. The second he cleared waivers, he was immediately signed by the Los Angeles Lakers.
I'm surprised, Big Dog, that no one else claimed him.
Usually no one gets claimed off of waivers. I don't think I've ever heard of any player in the NBA being claimed off of waivers. Every single player always clears waivers for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Well, look, Jordan is a good player, and he got bought out. You would think that there's so many other teams that might have put a waiver claim on him, but apparently not, because he cleared waivers. I'm just surprised that no one else claimed him.
Yep, and like I said, I've never heard of a player being claimed off of waivers. Everyone that I know of, that since I've been following, like the waiver wire, so to speak, I've never seen a player claimed off of waivers in the NBA ever. Mm-hmm. Every single player always, it's just a formality. They clear waivers, and they're free to sign with whoever they want. And DeAndre wanted to sign with the Lakers. Now, of course, this goes in conjunction with last week. A former Los Angeles Laker came back to the fold again. Another former Laker came back to the fold as Rajon Rondo was traded, as we all know, to the Memphis Grizzlies. And Memphis bought him out, and he became a free agent. He cleared waivers, And he, of course, signed a one-year deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. So as of right now, there are 14 guys on the team. We could have pretty much two entire squads, two separate squads that play. That's how stacked they are all the way through. So it's going to be interesting to see how playing time works out. But it's safe to say that Rajon Rondo will be backing up Russell Westbrook. So when Westbrook sits down, Rajon will come out and be the point guard. And the same thing with DeAndre Jordan. He'll probably back up Dwight Howard as at center because as of right now, Marc Gasol, even though he has a year left on his contract, there is a lot of talk about him either retiring or playing in Spain for the national team with his brother Pau. Because Pau
is still playing. Wow.
Pau is still playing on the national team. So there's a lot of talk about whether Gasol is going to come back or not. And I'm pretty sure with the signing of DeAndre Jordan, he knows his minutes will be severely cut, even more so than they were last year. So I'm not sure if he's going to want to come back. He's only making, I believe it's $6 million. It's not a lot of money. I mean, it's a ton of money for us, but it's not a lot of money for Mark, who's made his money already in basketball. So, and I'm sorry for the noise, guys, but the car I'm in isn't extremely insulated well. So I apologize for the noise.
We hear it, Big Dog, but it's okay. It's not as bad as you think, but we are able to hear it, so you're good.
Okay. What I did want to talk about, and Scorekeeper and I talked about it when it happened, was Rachel Nichols. The whole that whole thing just came back and bit her in the ass, so to speak. As last week, Rachel Nichols was taken off the jump. The show did, I don't know if Scorekeeper caught this, but the show did come back Thursday with an entire revamped type of show. It was kind of more like Pardon the Interruption type, where they had a bunch of hosts come in. Richard Jefferson is now the host of The Jump. Rachel Nichols, as we all know, had that controversy about when she left her camera and mic on while she was in the bubble in sorry about that, there's some fool over here thinking he's a badass.
Time out, Big Dog. Very quickly, Aisha, thank you. Thank you. Hope to see you in 2 weeks. She's got to get to what she's going to get to.
Bye,
Aisha, again, thank you. Hopefully the weather out there is great where you are in the United Kingdom. So thank you for spending your morning with us, Aisha.
It's London, so let me guess, it's overcast.
Well, it is September. Yes. I apologize, Big Dog. Go ahead and continue with Rachel Nichols.
So Rachel, as we all know, we went over this. She left her mic on, unbeknownst to her. She thought she had turned it off. She didn't. And she was caught on tape saying how, and I can't remember, I believe it was Janelle something or other. I can't remember her last name. They were going to put her in on the sidelines of the NBA Finals. And Rachel was calling, it was an advisor of LeBron James's. And she was asking for advice on what to do. And, you know, she was saying, it's all great if you want to do this for this other person. You don't have a great track record when it comes to women or ethnicity. So that's fine. You're just not going to get it from my plate. Now, in her saying that, people took it a bunch of different ways. I took it the fact that this is her job. It's in her contract that this is what she is supposed to do. And they were trying to give it to someone else. So, of course, if you're in any job and you have your job description and you're doing your job well, and all of a sudden the bosses you hear are coming in and saying, hey, we're going to give your job to someone else. Of course, you're going to fight for it. So I didn't think Rachel did anything wrong. But the fact that most people made it out to be a white versus black type of thing, because Rachel Nichols is, of course, white. The girl that was going to replace her was black, or is black, is black, although she no longer works for ESPN. But, so that controversy happened. Well, a new executive producer, president, whatever he is, came into ESPN a couple months ago, and he has been kind of cleaning house. Max Kellerman is gone from First Take because Stephen A. and Max Kellerman didn't quite get along. So all of a sudden, Max is gone now. He's been ushered out to ESPN Radio. And, of course, his Rachel Nichols thing happened, and Rachel Nichols was removed from the jump. The jump will go on for another few weeks, and then the entire show will be replaced by a new NBA show. Rachel Nichols still has 1 year left on her contract, and everything that I've read and sources that I've heard from are all saying that she will be paid to sit at home until her contract runs out. We will not see Rachel Nichols on TV in anywhere in the near future until her contract runs out, I believe, next September or October. Your thoughts, sir?
ESPN is not going to win any points on how they handled this. It genuinely surprised me, and Big Dog and I talked about it, that they took this action so long after the fact. So whether it was done quickly, people would be unhappy. Whether it was done in the manner that they did it, they would be unhappy. And if they would have taken another route, it doesn't matter. ESPN, whatever was going to happen. Look, I felt that Rachel Nichols was going to be kept on, but everyone has made it a racial issue. As a matter of fact, the speech that was used by her, many people think is racially insensitive. They're not listening. They didn't listen to the entirety of the conversation. They don't understand because they've never been there. Folks, the reality is most of us have never been. And Big Dog, I appreciate what you say. And I'm not shooting you down in any way whatsoever.
No, of course not. I know.
About fighting for one's job,
Yeah.
yes. But in the world of media, while it is similar to us in having a regular job, it is it's a whole different ballgame. And it's not because we're here at NDB Media. No, we don't know any of that. But it is a different world. And unfortunately, there are different rules. And there are different things that are going to be espoused, things that have to be done. And the optics, perception, you learn about that. And it's just what she said, no matter what, is never going to go away. And it is racially tinged, whether you want to say it or not. But I just thought that it was done. She was suspended. And it was bad, but you're not listening to what she said. She says, look, ESPN, I get it. Just don't do it on my end because I know about your bad decisions in the past. The moment she said that, she should have been let go. There was enough justification there because you're basically telling your employer, you are shitty when it comes to diversity. You are not doing anything about it and haven't done anything about it. ESPN should have done it right then and there. And they didn't. So now they took their time and now they're like, okay, well, you said some stupid stuff and it's bad and we're now taking you off the air. But we're going to pay you for a year. In whose world? So fine, whatever. There could be something in there that goes back to the NFL. Everyone remembers the Ray Rice. And folks, I'm sorry. I'm going to be a big dick about this because I felt I was one of the only ones back then that was screaming for the head of the NFL because of what happened. I say it again. I'm going to say it now. We knew that Ray Rice knocked his girlfriend, his fiance, out. He drug her out of the elevator. And I was screaming. I said, what part of knocked her out? And there were hosts on this program that were dismissive of it. And I lost my mind. So fine. A few weeks later, lo and behold, the video came out. And the entire world went mad. And my whole thing was, knock her out. You don't need a video. Now that the video's out, oh, now it's bad? Okay. I say all that because I'm an asshole and I had to. So moving forward, she took on Roger Goodell in the famous conference. And she nailed him, and nailed him big. And it's nothing against Roger Goodell. We know that because she said so. She actually has a high opinion of Roger Goodell. I do not. I think he's shrewd. He understands quite a bit of business, and I will acknowledge that. I don't know how smart he is because he's pulled some real boners in our day. So fine. That moment that she asked those tough questions, we all remember it. She became a force to reckon with. And it is now believed by a few people that payback. It's like, okay, you went after us. Now it's payback. You're done for what you did. And if Conspiracy Couch were here, I would wonder what he would say about that if there is payback, where the NFL leaned into the ESPN and said, oh, no. It's not good enough. Now you need to get rid of her. And some argument could be said, well, you know what? Now they're actually retaliating, but they can't fire her. So they're going to keep her off air. Oftentimes, that can destroy your career, folks, if you're out of the limelight.
Yep, exactly.
So even though she's getting paid, and yes, trolls of the world, she is being paid, but it can bring her down. And when she returns, you were off the air for a year. That can be detrimental. I believe she has a talent. She's very smart. Duh. She's driven. I think she can recover, but I hope she does. I've seen her program. I've listened to her. She makes a lot of guys look stupid when it comes to sports.
Yeah, well, I mean, she knows her sports. I mean, she has, she's fought her way to the proverbial top in her profession, by getting her own show and getting some very famous people, players, interviews and such, and she gets them to talk.
And she was also she was on the level of Stephen A. Smith, that they were sharing with her all that information that is not shared. Let's keep this between us, unofficial stuff, but yet official. And she kept her mouth shut because she knew. Oh, folks, something happened last night after our episode. And forgive me, but something was said, and right away I was like, uh-oh, I can't say that, can I? And the two people I were on with, they kind of smiled. They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I have to keep quiet about that. Damn! It was juicy and salacious, but yeah. And the reason why it was shared with me is because they knew I'd keep my mouth shut.
Oh man, are you saying the Leonard Shatner nude pics are going to come out? William Shatner.
Anyway,
excuse me.
Oh, I wasn't because of that. I have no comment. But no comment. Oh my God, I can't say it. I cannot. So going back to Rachel Nichols, is ESPN has effed this whole situation up. And I'm not sitting here gleefully saying, oh, ESPN screwed up again. No. They've screwed it up. And it's a bummer and it's sad that's happened. Yes, Rachel's going to be earning her money, but she doesn't want to sit there earning a paycheck. She wants to be where she's earned. Folks, she has reached what she has reached because of. And now she can't do it. Yes, you're getting paid, but you're not where you were.
Yep. And also, to me, it's of course for me it's retaliatory by
Oh
ESPN
yes,
because the other girl, Janelle, I can't remember her last name. In
I
fact,
just had it right now.
yeah,
Actually, it's Maria Taylor.
okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, Maria Taylor. She's not even with ESPN anymore. She left June 30th when her contract was up, or whenever it was that her contract was up. And she's in with NBC now, doing football, I believe, with them. So, you know, other than it being retaliatory, I don't see any other. I don't see any other reason to have done this to Rachel. There's nothing to be gained by it. You're canceling the show, which does very well. And as we've already said, she's a great interviewer. She gets people to tell her things. She's friends with a lot of the insiders. I don't know how close she is with the Woj, but she's extremely close with Ramona Shelburne, who is one of the big. It's usually Woj, Ramona, and Shams. Those are like the top three NBA insiders where they get the scoops. So she was on the in with on a lot of stuff that, of course, we never hear about, and that's how she gets to hear more about it because she can keep a secret. Or when someone
Yeah.
tells her something, and that's very important to a lot of players, where they know they can go to a reporter and say, "Hey, this is off the record," and it stays off the record. You earn that reputation from other players, and it gets to be known that, hey, you're someone that can be trusted. And you're
that
not going to
doesn't
do
happen overnight, man.
Yep, she did this. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for her, and she will come back to TV, but it's going to be a while.
Oh, and folks, no matter what, it's race. Period. It is. It's RACE, and it's not going to go away. The people that she had confidence on, she's lost it. I mean, this is significant because it's always going to be there. It's done. It's never going to go away, and that's why ESPN should have flat out suspended her for 30 days, and life would have gone on. And 30 days is a lot. They were entitled. I would have suspended her. I would not have let her go. I would have sent her to training, and sent the sensitivity training. I forget what the term is right now. Yeah, okay. Well, there's a lot of it. But I would have suspended her. If Oberman was suspended 7 days for a political contribution, she should have gotten 30 days. And you move on. But they didn't. They just blew it. And, there's a phrase in Spanish where you pay for the sins of others. And, ESPN, I suppose, felt that they were in that spot. But as Big Dog said earlier, there's a new executive on scene, and he decided to clean house. It's just, they should have resolved it immediately, and they didn't. They let it sting. They lost Maria Taylor to NBC Sports, and now they're getting rid of Rachel Nichols. Who wins? Who wins in this? No one. So, my sympathy is for Maria Taylor. I think she's most talented, congenial, and knows, sports as well. But they wouldn't be able to cohabitate. So you lose one, and then you lose the other one as well. I don't know. But I believe Big Dog is picking up his daughter. That's why he's gone silent for the moment. So hopefully he'll come back in just a little bit, and we'll see. So. Right now, we'll see what happens to Rachel Nichols. Go ahead, Big Dog.
No. Yeah, I've been listening. I just, for whatever reason, I couldn't unmute it. So, yeah, no one wins in this one. I mean, we're all. I feel bad all the way around. You're right, for everyone. You know, they lost the talent to NBC, and of course Rachel Nichols, as you know, we just said, you know, she's worked decades to get to where she's at, and because of a mic being on and someone, you know, listening to the tapes literally months later, you know, it ends up costing. It's going to end up costing her job. Yes, as we've said, she's being paid, but she's being paid to sit at home, and that's not her thing. She's not one of those people, you know, say, oh, that's fine, I'll just sit at home, you know, and watch TV for the next year. That's not her. That's not in her to do that. She's out there. She worked her way. She fought her way to get into those men's locker rooms, to give the interviews where she earned the respect of these players. And because of an open mic, you know, it's all gone. And I understand. I don't understand. They made it a black and white thing when I don't think it was. To me, as I said before, someone that was just fighting for her job, that's in her contract. It was written into her contract that this is what she's being paid to do. And they're trying to take it away. So, you know, as I said, you know, we at this level may not appreciate what she was going through. You know, we're not in the entertainment business, but, you know, she fought for it. And as Scorekeeper said, this is going to hurt her because it is entertainment, guys. You know, she is on TV. She's a TV personality. And the old adage holds that it's held for decades. Out of sight, out of mind. And she's going to be out of sight for about a year and a half.
It's very difficult being men to be able to comment on this situation because the optics are bad. The internet made it a race issue because Rachel Nichols is white and Maria Taylor is not. So that it was cannon fodder for the internet. That one was way too easy. But again, you're not listening to her comments. It's diversity based. But in my humble opinion, it was women. One woman fighting with another woman about opportunities. And she even says it in the recording on how bad ESPN when it comes to diversity because she knows it from a female perspective. It's very clear what she says, but I mean, I can't get into her head, and I never will, but it's very clear to me what she was saying. She says, hey, I fought to get where I'm at. Don't try to score your points, ESPN, on my behalf. So, and again, because of what she said, I would have, had I been ESPN, I would have gotten rid of her right then and there because you accused the parent corporation of all that stuff. That should have been instant, and ESPN didn't do that. So now we're talking about privilege, folks. If you really want to take it a step further because of how they handled it. Oh, well, wait a minute. Had anyone else said that, they would have been gone instantly. Look, if someone says that about me, that person's gone. I don't give a rat's ass. You know, oh, really? Is that what you think? That we have failed in this and this and this? Okay, here's your exit interview. Tell us how we failed. Blah, 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 and say, thanks for playing. Get out of here. But I can be angry because of my little fishbowl. Big dog. Go ahead.
I see what you're saying. I don't know if they could have. Would they have been able to fire her for saying that? Especially when she didn't know she was being recorded, and it's her personal thinking.
Oh, there's a whole other aspect to that. No, it's not. Oh my goodness, big dog. Okay.
No, I'm just going by what you're saying. You were saying
I want to answer that, folks. Okay. Jedi Tax, for instance. Everyone that works for Jedi Tax has a Jedi. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Everyone that has an association with Jedi Tax has a Jedi Tax email for legal purposes. and I'll explain to you why. If there is a legal claim that's made against me, we have to be able to answer. And if you use your personal email to conduct business, I can actually make you, under order, provide your personal email. And imagine what is in there. Why? Because we communicated business purposes via that type of email. So to avoid all that, for obvious reasons, and to keep control of material, you use a business account. That's why I do it. And that's why I protect everyone else that does work with us, that all business communications are on a business account. So along those lines, if you use your personal stuff, it's not personal anymore. It's business related. So I understand, Big Dog, what you're saying, that, well, it was kind of personal. Well, no, number one, it wasn't personal because you were on the clock and you know procedures. The conversations that were being had are work related. So there's no expectation of privacy, unfortunately.
But the thing is, well, first of all, it's entertainment, so there is no on the clock. She's paid an annual salary, so she doesn't work a technical 9-to-5 job. But she had, I guess, just finished doing an interview. It was over. She said her goodbyes to the producer or whoever it was that was with her, and she thought she had turned her computer off. So in her mind, or as you say, she was off the clock. She then made a personal phone call to a person she knows who is an advisor, who has nothing to do with ESPN. And she was talking to that person off of the clock, but unbeknownst to her, she did not turn her computer off. And that's when she was talking about her feelings about what was going on. So this whole thing, she thinks she's having a personal conversation, has nothing to do with ESPN, didn't know she's being recorded by ESPN, and then later finds out that she didn't turn her computer off, which she was using to do an interview or whatever it was that she was doing. So I understand what you're saying about the personal email and professional email and so on and so forth. But as you say, you know, that she was on the clock. She wasn't on the clock. She had
Big Dog, hold on. Time out.
Yes.
I know you've said that in the past, that she was off the clock. Big Dog, forgive me, but I would like to find where you found that said she was off the clock. Folks, everyone in the entertainment industry, they work a regular 9-to-5 job. They have their hours. There's no salaried individual. They work regular hours. So I don't understand who said she was off the clock. When you're working and you have certain hours. If she was off the clock, what is her shift? Guys, they're no different than us. When you work your 8 hours, you're done. To believe that they're way above, it's like, oh no, I could bullshit. Everyone works their hours, so fine. Going back to what you just said about off the clock, if she was off the clock, that could be the argument, and there's a lot of retaliatory stuff. I don't know where you heard that or where you read it, because that is very thin, because ESPN, that's why I said if she was on the clock, I would have suspended her and I would have done it differently.
Okay,
but,
so what would you call it then? That is my bad by saying she was off the clock. What would you call it then when she says, okay, we're done with the interviews, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning, have a good night, blah, 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 and you say your goodbyes to the people you work with, and then you get on your personal phone and you make a personal phone call, but don't realize that the computer is still on, recording you.
That's your fault. Okay,
I understand.
But there is something else. That is her fault, but there is something else. As an executive, we understand that this video went around ESPN for months, and a lot of people knew about it and was not reported. Everyone that saw that video under a lot of guidelines and did not report it they're just as liable and just as guilty as Rachel Nichols for the very same thing because they knew about it and they didn't say anything about it. So there's a lot of culpability, Big Dog, in this. She is being hammered for this when a lot of other heads should roll. Would you not agree to that, Big Dog?
Yeah. But the thing is, I don't see, and that's just my ignorance, I guess. I don't see what she did wrong. She was fighting for her job. And as I said, she wasn't complaining to ESPN. She was talking to a personal friend when she thought she was not working.
But you slammed the corporation by saying your diversity. We know how bad your diversity is. You may not have been here, Big Dog, when I said, hey, you want to slam the mother corporation? Thanks for playing. You're out of here.
I heard you when you said that.
Okay. On that, this is an ugly situation, folks. No one's going to win on this one. But Rachel Nichols is paying a heavy price for something that allegedly was well known for months. And they didn't do anything about it until it went public. So a lot of people knew about it. And folks, you'd be surprised. Computer networks, they know. They can follow everything, ladies and gentlemen. They know who has read an email, gone to a page. I mean, look, no one got reprimanded, and this was floating around ESPN for weeks, if not months.
Well, the one person that found it got reprimanded, and they're trying to make a thing about that too because she's the only one that got reprimanded, and she is a black computer analyst. So they're trying to do something about that also. I don't know if you read about that one. It was one person. She's the one that found it, or she's the one that gave it to whoever she gave it to. But they're trying to make a thing about that because she is a black female computer analyst.
Okay. How did she get reprimanded? I'm just curious. What? I didn't hear any of that.
I believe this was months ago, so
sure.
I could be wrong. I believe she was suspended for 7 days.
Why? Okay, what did she do wrong? Did she inform management?
I forgot for what reason. I know she was suspended.
Well, then there's more that we would know. But remember in the original article, they did comment saying, this had been floating around for months. A lot of people had heard it, but no one said a word. It's like, well, it's very easy to find out. So
yeah, and it's interesting because I'm trying to remember if Florida, and maybe if Florida is a 2-person state where if you're recording someone, they both have to know, or is it just the one person, or you can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't you can't record someone without their knowledge.
Florida, if I'm not mistaken, is like California. You cannot. But there's a thing with Florida. Remember, in 2016, when Governor Romney was running for president, in 2012, he was running for president, and he was recorded at a banquet or fundraising event where he said the famous 47%. There's just nothing you can do about them. And if I'm not mistaken, it was in Florida. So it was illegal to do that.
Okay, so she was in Florida, as we all know, because she was in Orlando. She was in the bubble in her hotel room. And like I said, like you said that if you were president and you had heard this, you would have fired her immediately for talking bad about ESPN. But the thing is, like I said, she wasn't, so to speak, on the clock. She had said her goodbyes. She thought she was alone. She's talking to a personal friend on her personal phone, and it just happened to be recorded by the company she works for. Now, I know I have, and I'm pretty sure you have. We all talk shit about our companies that we have worked for or still work for, no matter who you are. You say that to other people personally, which is what she was doing. So, I mean, I know I talked crap about Rite Aid while I was working for them, but not in front of anybody, personal friends. I've talked to you how bad Rite Aid was while I was still working for them. I talked to you how bad American Greetings was while I worked for them. personally.
Okay, Big Dog, did you talk bad about them, or were you sharing issues with the company? I think you're well. Okay, fine.
I told you Rite Aid was a crappy company. I said that more than one time. I know I did. I know I told you they treated us like crap. I mean, that's a personal. Now, if I would have had my company phone on, which actually I didn't have a company phone, I used my phone. But if I had my phone on at the time and it just happened to be, for whatever reason, I had called my boss and it stayed on, and I talked to you, I mean, how would that be construed? Would that be the same thing as what happened with Rachel? Technically, yes, by the way you were saying it.
Well, not technically. If you're okay,
I'm off the clock. I'm talking to you, but my phone, I butt dialed my boss, and he hears me talking crap about Rite Aid. How does that work? Exactly what happened with her.
Was it recorded, or did he hear what he said? Hey, dude.
Let's say, yeah, the phone.
You left a voicemail somehow.
No, my phone was on. I when I sat down and started talking to you, we were, let's say, in your office, in your home.
It really depends but based on this tiny little scenario, he really can't do anything. He would say, dude, you butt dialed me, you were talking shit, you've got to watch what you say, and that would pretty much end it.
Okay, so why would that be any different with Rachel Nichols? Because you said you would have fired her if you would have heard that. So why is that any different?
Because there's a recording. That's really, quite frankly, and again,
which in the state
you
of
make
Florida,
the company look bad, dude. I understand that you make the company, you make the brand look bad.
Even though she was recorded illegally, then it's still okay. Because remember, she's in Florida, does not know she's being recorded, right?
Okay, Big Dog. If she look. Yeah. I understand what you're trying to contend, and I'm not going to go that way because I'm not. Because I don't believe she was off the clock. She was working still. And I know you're saying that she was making a personal call, but if... okay.
So what do you consider off the clock when you tell all your bosses and producers and directors, goodbye, I'll see you tomorrow? How do you consider that still working afterwards?
Oh, good God, Big Dog. Look, if she was not on her shift, she can get them for a lot of stuff. But I don't know if that's ever come into play. So, Big Dog, come on. Just because someone says something doesn't make it so. Just because you believe that it was personal doesn't mean that it can be personal. The problem is that the recording was there, and now it's gone public. She can contend she wasn't working. But if she was on her shift, it doesn't matter what you say. So that's what I'm contending. I don't know. It's very possible that no one has mentioned this yet.
I understand what you're saying.
She hasn't been fired.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't agree with you as far as she has a 9-to-5 job. No, she does not. If something happens at 2 a.m, she's going to jump up and start working.
Yeah, they get overtime. Believe it or not, they actually do.
Not if you're depends on the type of contract you have. Because depending on my position that I was working with Rite Aid and American Greetings, I was either a salaried person or an hourly person. And it all depended on what position I had. Now, her position, she may be a salaried worker, which means you don't get overtime. You get paid X amount of dollars a year, period. If you're an hourly worker, that's a whole different story. But if she's a salaried person, just like in the NBA, LeBron James is a salaried person. He does not get paid overtime. If he's got to get up at 5 a.m. and he ends up playing, and they go and they play quadruple overtime, and he doesn't get home or back to his hotel room till 2 a.m, he still gets the same amount of pay. He doesn't get overtime. He's a salaried person. And I believe Rachel and most of the entertainment industry are salaried when they're in a major position that, like she is, where she's the host of a show. I believe she is a salaried person. Salaried people do not get paid overtime.
Okay.
Am I wrong? I mean, do salaried people get paid overtime?
Big dog.
I know I didn't.
They sign contracts with
Yes.
expectations,
Yes.
and there are things that they have to do, and it's look. I don't want to be big dog. They have shifts to work. It's understood. There is someone on Facebook that I know that worked in the media for 30 years. And he's talked about, he has shared his deal with me, and he was the number one guy in Southern California. And on the English side, it's the same thing. They're required to be on from this time to this time, and they work regular shifts like we do. They're expected to be on at this time and at that time. And if they work over, believe it or not, they actually do get paid. And this is in the news media.
I understand that.
I have several clients.
And that means they're an hourly person. But there are such things as salaried persons, are there not?
And I don't know what she said. That's why I said 10 minutes ago.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, are there salaried people?
I have not come across one yet.
You don't know. That's not what you're not.
No, I answered you. I have not come across one yet. I don't know.
You come across me. I've asked you, do you know any salaried people?
No, in the media.
That's not what I asked you. You're assuming the media. I asked you, do you know of any salaried people that get paid salary? Well, I guess you don't know me then, because you know I was salaried for I don't know how many years.
But you understood the rules of your job.
Yeah, and if I worked 15 hours in one day or I worked 3 hours in one day, I got paid the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's a salaried person. So you did know me.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. There are salaried people in all industries.
So I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. If she has a claim, then she could push it. Dude, there's even for salary employees, there's labor law violations.
True.
And whether they're salary or not. So we're spending way too much time on whether the labor law applied to them. It's just very simple. It's cut and dry. And they should know it is. And my contention is that of all the people that I've met in the media, they have a shift to work, and they have to work it, whatever it is. And when they're truly off the clock, then they're truly off the clock. If she says that she has an expectation of privacy, yeah, it's very thin. And we're reaching right now because we don't know what it was. But knowing her and knowing ESPN and the people that I know that are ESPN, that are personalities, they're required to work a shift. And these are all reporting. So as I understand it, yes, they're required to work a certain amount of hours. So if she was genuinely off the clock, she has a claim. If she does not, well, she hasn't taken those actions yet. So
I don't think she will. She is a smart, very smart woman. She's not going to rock the boat right now. She's going to wait for her contract to be over. Then she's going to hit him with everything.
Very well. And labor law, you see, and then there's a thing. I don't know. I don't think ESPN had, well, I don't know. But there's, yeah, okay, I'm starting to take off in a different direction for that. But she has a finite amount of time before her times run out. So she may have more than a year to take action. But there are certain guidelines if there's union representation, and whether you're represented or not, if the positions are represented, whether she has it or not. There are rules on that you have to follow to, file a grievance, file an action with the labor board. So hopefully she's being advised properly and she doesn't lose opportunities, because I don't believe she's being treated properly. I think you and I can clearly agree on that, right, Big Dog? There's a bad situation, and no one wins on this one.
Oh yeah, ESPN fucked up once again.
Actually, I'd even say they did it twice. Actually, 3 times.
Yeah.
Because they didn't do anything right away. They let her go, Maria Taylor, and after she was gone, then they did what they did to her. She has a case. She definitely has a case. So I hope they can make it work for her. When I say they, I'm talking about the Rachel Nichols party.
Well, we won't hear anything till next year, so we'll have to wait and see.
Maybe. There might be an agreement already. Because this could blow up for them again. So hopefully they were smart enough to compensate her.
I wonder how much Disney's involved in this.
Well, more, yeah. They're involved more than we know, but it's all executive. Disney hates this news. It makes the brand look bad. As a matter of fact, folks, over the years, we've talked about what has happened where some hosts on ESPN, because of the instant reporting, they had no real control, and they would say something on air. It's like, what is going on here? And there were a few hosts that got in trouble, got Disney in trouble, well, ESPN, and then Disney. And Disney started to clamp down. And they got rid of a lot of big name people for that very reason. So they're involved. They're actually more involved than we would care to admit, because they don't want the brand looking bad. So I did lose Big Dog. Hopefully he will be joining us shortly, or returning. We'll see. So this is something we would have talked about last week about Rachel Nichols, but now it's pretty much done. And I wish her well. I wish her the best. I hope she can recover on this. But, if she was wronged, I hope she can collect financial compensation. So, it's very smart, very talented. It's just a shame what has happened. But the other lesson is, you've got to be careful on what, there is no expectation of privacy. Hi, Big Dog.
Hello.
Yeah. I just mentioned just a moment before you. Unfortunately, there is no expectation of privacy. And yeah, it's disappointing. So we all have to watch what we say and do. And that leads to a political commentary of why people are so angry. But we're not going to go there. Big Dog, I'm sure you have a few other bits of NBA items that you wanted to get to.
Oh yeah, let me get to it real quick. Yeah, gotta switch it back. Where is he at?
Now, while you find that, the NBA did, I believe this was on the 2nd, which was 2 days ago. The NBA tells teams vaccinated players won't need regular tests.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people are complaining about that because they are the unvaccinated are kind of a second class, so to speak. It looks like there's going to be a class system there, because if you are not vaccinated, of course, you have to be tested at least once, possibly twice a day. When you go on the road, you are not allowed to leave the hotel, and you're only allowed to eat in the hotel restaurant. Whereas anybody that is vaccinated can go about town just like as if there is no pandemic. Um, Also, if you're unvaccinated, um, you may be, for better lack of the word, you may be segregated to the back of the plane, or if you are flying commercial, you may have to sit in a coach seat because you are unvaccinated. They do not want you. Uh, I guess your breathing mixing with the vaccinated people's breathing, so you will not be allowed to congregate with your fellow vaccinated players. You will also not be allowed to participate. I don't know how this is going to be enforceable. The guys get together in Rogers' room. We're on the road. Hey, let's have a card game. All right, everybody meet at Rogers at 8:00. Well, if you're not vaccinated, you're not allowed to go. That I don't know how they're going to enforce, but pretty much if you're unvaccinated, you are on your own.
Folks, this is an ugly, ugly situation.
Yes.
But let me give you an example of some labor law rules. Is the employer entitled to do this? Well, we're going to see some legal actions, but let me show you in my tiny little world. If the position requires it, such as, and I use this example, we have public works road laborers that have to enter the sewer system. And, that's a very dirty, disease place. That position is paid extra because of what they have to do. And it's not much more, but it takes into consideration of what you have to do. So we have laborers that don't have to do that, and they're paid whatever their wage is. Because these other laborers have to enter these parts of the system, they're paid more, but they're also required to get shots, and don't quote me on this because I don't know them all, but hepatitis and obviously other things that you can contract from the system. So the employer here can and does say, hey, you're going in there, we require you to get these shots. Can they? Yes. Has it been legally established? Yes. It's a requirement. So going in, you know that. Do you want the position? Yes. Just what you have to do. Okay. That's understood. What happens when you have that position, whatever it is, and then the requirements change? Okay. We know that legally they have to give you notice. That's one. And then you have to agree if you still want the job. And I'm just spitballing here. It's up to you whether you still want to work it or not. So if you don't want to work it, thank you. Bye. Are they entitled to do so? Yes, they are. But we're in extraneous times where, if you think about it, as of right now, all this is temporary. And they're doing it because of health orders being issued by the local health agencies and the CDC. Is it legal? Yes. Can they? Yes. But, as Big Dog has said, it's creating a two-tier system. So how do you resolve that? If you have a union, you have bargaining power, and you also have Fair Labor Standards Act, discriminatory actions.
Before you go on, just to let you know that the NBA's Player Association, the union, NBA Players Union, they've already okayed this because, of course, that's why they announced it. So it's already been authorized and okayed by the Players Union.
So that settles that. The negotiation is done. Yes.
Yeah.
So this helps this soliloquy right now, and I can end it a lot sooner. When there's agreement, okay, but let us look back on what Big Dog said earlier about second-class citizens.
Yeah.
It is an ugly situation, folks. No one's going to win, and it's getting worse and worse.
Oh,
Here's one that's really you're gonna have fun with. Since you're labor man and a few other men men that you're in your multiple personalities.
Multiple personalities, yes.
In the city of New York, I believe it's a city and county, and in the county of San Francisco.
Which is it's one of the only places where the county is the city.
Yes.
So yeah.
Okay. Well, in essence, it's three teams: the Knicks, the Nets, the Warriors. Okay, those three teams because they live in those areas. They have
the Golden State Warriors play in San Francisco.
Yes, in the new Chase Arena.
I'm sorry. Okay.
As of last
year. Is in San Francisco proper.
Yes, yeah, because they moved to San Francisco Bay. They used to play in Oakland, but then they moved across the bay and spent I don't know how many billions of dollars on their new arena. So, but the city that they play in, there are, I guess, city and county ordinances for COVID-19. Now, in New York and San Francisco, if you are in a closed arena, and there are going to be more than 1,000 people in it, which of course there will be because there's fans fans play. If you are not vaccinated, you are not allowed to work in that arena. So, by that thinking, if Kevin Durant, if James Harden, if Steph Curry, Draymond Green, if none of those guys are vaccinated, they cannot play home games. Period. Now here's the kicker. You're going to love this one. If you are an away team coming in to visit said team and you're going to play there, you are given exceptions. And you can have, I believe it's 3 players unvaccinated, but as long as they pass the swab test, they can play.
Oh no!
But if you're the home team, you can't.
That's not going to work. That's pejorative. That is discriminatory.
And that is to be taken up, though.
Wow.
The NBA has no say so in this. It is a city ordinance or county, or it might be. I don't think it's state.
Well, they do have a say. They can go to court on it. So.
Oh, they can, but as of right now, it is a city ordinance. The city says we're not going to back down from this.
Okay, and yes,
yeah. But as of right now, everybody's scrambling. I believe the NBA legal team is scrambling.
You pull the team out. Go and play if the old stadium is available, or there will be a stadium that will accommodate them. Okay. Now, let me ask you this, big dog.
I understand what you're saying with that. Moving somewhere else. But if I'm a season ticket holder, what if you're moving them to Fresno? What if you're moving them down here to
They get
LA?
Their money back. Yeah, they're going to get their money back. That's easy resolvable. But
yeah,
okay.
But I'm still going to be a pissed off fan, though. You don't want to piss off the fans that you're just getting back.
But if your players can't play, big dog, you're paying money for a possible vacant team. Now, let me ask you this.
We're assuming the players aren't vaccinated. We have no idea. That's when we're going to find out who's vaccinated and who's not. A lot of players
and by the way, HIPAA doesn't apply.
They will not disclose. The only, as far as the Lakers are concerned, I believe Schroeder was the only. This was last year's team. I don't know about this year's team, but last year's team, Schroeder was the only one that was not vaccinated. He hinted in a couple of interviews, and this is another reason why probably he's gone, that LeBron James was not vaccinated. But LeBron has not disclosed that. He said that is a personal thing, and it's no one's business to know whether he's vaccinated or not. But of course, if he goes to Brooklyn and he plays, we know he's vaccinated.
That's funny. Okay, and I don't know if you know this, Big Dog, but what happens if there's a concert in
New York or San Francisco?
In say San Francisco.
Okay.
Are the performers?
Yes.
What?
Anybody that if it will get more than 1,000 fans in that arena, you have to be vaccinated. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to work. And of course, singing would be the work. You will not be allowed. You will not be allowed.
Okay.
So if Bruce Springsteen goes in there and he's not vaccinated, they won't allow him to sing. They will not allow him to have the concert.
Is he working? Since
Yes.
he is a singular performer.
Yes, he is. Anybody there is a worker. And that goes also to the staff and the hot dog vendors. All those people
Well, of course, unfortunately, they are. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, folks, again, can they do this? Yes, but the way it's being implemented, in my humble opinion, is clearly discriminatory and probably will be struck down. I mean, it's the very height of ignorance and stupidity. Why would you penalize your own people that way? Oh, well, you can't, but we'll allow that. I mean, oh, come on. That it's written badly and badly written laws. God, have we had any of those ever?
Of course, probably what New York and San Francisco are going to say is, well, you guys live here, so you know what you have to do to conduct your business in our city. These guys are coming from outside, and they're only here for a day or two, so that's why we're giving them allowances.
Are the same ordinances in New York the same as the one in San Francisco?
As far as I know, they mirror each other. I don't know if they're exactly word for word, but
I wasn't.
In essence, it's if it's an enclosed arena and there's more than 1,000 people that are going to be in that said arena, everyone that works in the arena has to be vaccinated.
And you said specifically it's up to 3 people are allowed?
I don't know what the exceptions are. It could be 5, it could be 3, it could be 1, but they did say there are exceptions for the away team to come in, and there will be exceptions made for them. I don't know if it's 1, 3, 5. I don't know how many it is, but there will be exceptions made for the away team since they are the away team and they don't live in that area.
I believe it's going to be struck down.
And that is written by, as I said, that is coming from the city, county, whoever made the ordinance. And as I said, it only applies because these are the only 3 teams in the cities that it applies to. So it'd be the Brooklyn Nets, the New York Knicks, and the Golden State Warriors. Those are the 3 teams that it affects. And in a sense, the super teams.
Yeah, that's
the Knicks are so, but definitely the Nets and the Warriors. You know, they're a premium team, so to speak.
yeah, sure. All right. By the way, Tony Konopka, thank you for the like as well. And we do have several people watching us from all around the network. Thank you for spending your time with us on a Saturday morning. It's about to be midday in America, in the East Coast, and we're coming up on 9 o'clock this morning. Wow.
Yep. We'll just speed through this. Coach Mike Budenholzer, which of course is the coach of the Milwaukee Bucks, was given a 3-year extension. Of course, you win a championship, that tends to happen. So he got a 3-year extension on his contract, which was interesting because coming into this past season, he was on the hot seat, or the seat was kind of warm since they weren't doing much. But since they won a title, of course, you then reward your coach for that. Also, Jared Dudley looks like his playing career is finally over. There was a lot of talk whether he was going to come back with the Lakers for one more year. He ended up going and joining the Dallas Mavericks as an assistant coach to Jason Kidd. So he will be very helpful there. A lot of people, and these are the idiot, and I'm talking to the Laker fans out there, that millennial Laker fans that are idiots. They kept saying that Jared Dudley was trash, that he was this, why do we keep him, so on and so forth. They didn't understand his locker room presence. You talk to the top guy, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, all the way down, and they said, who's the most important guy in that locker room? Every single one of them said Jared Dudley. He was like having another assistant coach on the bench also. He didn't play a lot, but when he did, he was a spark.
and he talked to the young guys. These millennials don't understand it. Just because you're not putting up 20 points and 12 rebounds every single game doesn't mean you're trash. You can contribute in other ways, and that's how these guys, baseball, football, maybe not as much football, but definitely baseball, definitely basketball. As you get older and your athleticism deteriorates, you learn to do other things that aren't seen, in the scorecard, and that's giving the wisdom. That's getting the glue, keeping the glue together in the locker room, and that was Jared Dudley. So this might hurt us a little bit, although we got a lot of veterans coming back. So, but Jared Dudley, I will miss him. I mean, he was a great guy. As I said, he was like having another assistant coach on the bench. So good luck to him. Yes,
Good morning, Tanya
hi,
Mercado.
Tanya.
Thank you for the love as well. Folks, we've received quite a bit of love this morning. Eric Ogo, Aisha Kerr,
I hope you're safe. I hope you're safe and dry.
Yeah. Some of the images that she posted, I was dumbfounded. My jaw hit the... Tanya posted a picture, and it was on a bus, how the water was up to or just below the seats. And I believe she stated that people were standing on the seats. There was more to that story. Oh, there she is. Yes. Morning, Tanya. Yes. It's wow. The images coming out of New York. Roz posted earlier, and I don't think you were here at the time, Big Dog, when I said that she posted that several people had rented out basements in New York and they drowned.
Yep. I saw that.
I never would have believed. It would never have dawned on me that something like that was possible. But the mayor of New York, I believe it's de Blasio, stated that in recent memory, they had never had that much water that quickly. Let's see. Yes, I am. We only had a little bit of water damage to our walls from water that came in.
Glad to hear it was very minimal for you.
I'm sorry, Tanya, that you have to deal with that. And I'm not being a jerk when I say this, I'm glad that's all that happened.
Yep.
I know people are going to be, oh, really? You're happy because of that? You idiots. Apron stringers. Go to hell. Big Dog calls them millennials. I call them apron stringers. It's the same thing.
And they're all in the basement too. They might have been injured. You never know. They're all in their mama's basement.
Same. Oh, by the way, Tanya, forgive me. I didn't have an answer, but you, as someone who doesn't have it, the colors, the highlights on your hair look good. Forgive me. You look good, woman. And I think it was a shade of green. Wow. Yeah, it was nice. My daughter has been using the purple color. I got to admit, that color sits well with her. But damn it, any damn color she uses. But the purple shading, and it's gone for a few days, it really looks nice. I got to admit. I, on the other hand, can do no such thing whatsoever. So
you could do the beard.
You haven't noticed the skunk styling?
Well, I mean, you could do purple in there, purple and gold.
No. You're funny. The only color in your hair is white. I actually, much to my shock and disgust, there are white hairs on my arm. Like, oh, come on!
You just barely noticed that?
Yeah, I did. And the only reason why I noticed it is because I don't know if you can really tell, but okay, I haven't been driving for a day or two. This is the arm that's out the window. So it was very, very dark. And it was funny. It's like, oh, you can tell I've been driving a lot. So anyway, oh yeah, actually you can right there a little bit, the color. But anyway, again, Tanya, I'm glad. And for everyone in New York, actually everyone that was in the chorus of Ida, she was a nasty foul mouth, or a foul one. It came across as a 4. It stayed a 4 for a while. When Thomas, as you know him as Dream, when he was hit in Hammond, north of Lake Pontchartrain, it was still a category 2. It was a bastard. and it continued, and it took the lives of many people. And the flooding was just abhorrent. The images were frightening. I don't know. As you know, I'm actually a bit concerned. I think Dream is just resting now because he's in Georgia. But I'd spoken to him, and Big Dog and I had actually talked about this. That's why he's not on with us right now. He should be, but I think the young man had the scare of his life. We know that he was trying to scout out a way to get out while he got caught in the torrent, and he had to be rescued. So I don't know what has happened. When I found out through his wife's post that he had to be rescued, I reached out to him, and he hasn't responded to me just yet. So I don't know if he lost his phone. I don't know what. I understand he's okay, but the heart beats fast because that's someone that I know very well, and he was trying to find a way to get his family out, and he got caught in rushing waters. Damn, that's scary. He's not the risky type, and yeah, hopefully I can talk to him real soon. So we'll see. But all right, Big Dog, I'm gonna need another quick few moments. This is the old man in me now. I need about 3 minutes.
Well, before you do, just real quick, I just want to get this in only because I love his name because it's just unique. But the Memphis Grizzlies, no. The Memphis Grizzlies agreed to trade this forward to the Boston Celtics. So Juancho Hernan Gomez.
Oh, yes.
Got traded to the Celtics. And that is one of these most unique names I have heard. I had never heard the name Juancho, first of all.
I never Hernan Gomez.
Exactly. But Juancho, and it's Juancho, so it's Juancho. I don't know what they were going for. I don't know if when he was born, the mom was trying to call Sancho, and the husband came in and she called him Juancho. We'll call him Juancho.
You're bad.
So I don't know, but anyways, go ahead and take your few minutes. I will.
I do apologize. I need to be back in just a moment.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, like I said, this is really the old man in me, so forgive me a moment. I'll be back as soon as I can. Oh my goodness, that was damn funny though. It's really cool. Sorry, Tanya, I'm showing the colors. I respect you, but sorry, it's the Yankee colors. Damn it, where are my keys? I'm not gonna make it.
All right, guys. In other NBA news, Mr. 123 Cancun, Nick Van Exel, is returning to the Hawks as an assistant coach. He's been out of the league for a bit. He had been with a scout with the Dallas Mavericks over the last 2 years. Of course, he's a former All-Star and as a player, and he's been a developmental instructor for Atlanta was a developmental instructor with Atlanta from 2010 to 2012. So he left for the Mavericks and has now come back. Good for him. He was a pretty decent player, but unfortunately, as I said, he went down in history because of what he said. He's playing with the Lakers, and they were down in the series. And it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that we were going to lose that series in the playoffs. I believe it was the first round, maybe the second round. And, usually when you go in and you put your hands in after the coach talks and you go 1, 2, 3 and, Lakers or whatever you say. And they said 1, 2, 3 and he said Cancun. And that did not sit well with a lot of players. And to say the least, he was traded the very next season or during the off season. But it's good to see him. He does have stuff to talk about, especially with Trae Young being with the Atlanta Hawks. He could give him some advice as far as guarding and such. Also, we have Clint Capella signed a 2-year, $46 million extension with the Atlanta Hawks, which was pretty great because they needed to shore up and make sure that he was going to remain with the team to compete since they are now the defending Eastern Conference champions. So having Clint Capella sign a 2-year extension
I believe now he's going to be with the team at least for at least 3, maybe 4 years. So great for him.
Hold on a minute. Was this directed at me? I hope not. It's probably well deserved. I'm sorry. I am. I'm getting old. I'm sorry. So anyway,
as we talked about earlier with the Lakers, they signed DeAndre Jordan yesterday evening, and that was because the Nets traded him and picked up Paul Millsap in his place. Millsap is probably a bit of an upgrade, scoring wise.
A bit of an upgrade. I appreciate that, big dog.
DeAndre Jordan is past his. He's 33, just turned 33, but he's not the player he was when he was playing for the Clippers. But he is still an above average rim defender. He's still 6'11", and he will give us some defensive, shoring up our defensive line. Because pretty much last year our defense, even though we had the number one defense in the league, one-on-one defensively in the center position we were lacking extremely badly. Marc Gasol is a great spacer, but he no longer plays in the paint. He shoots a very good three-pointer and can spread the floor, but he is slow as molasses. And it's great to have someone that will be there to back up Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard now is a rim protector along with Anthony Davis. If Davis, depending on who Davis plays the 5 position with. So great pickup for us. As we talk about, LaMarcus Aldridge is back with the Nets. Buyout, free agency trades. Oh, there was some news yesterday. Let me see if I can get to it real quick. DeAndre Jordan with the Lakers, LaMarcus Aldridge, Memphis Grizzlies, Clint Capella. Yeah, pretty much we're all caught up. Nothing's really happened since Rajon Rondo, as I said, signed with the Lakers. He had $7.5 million of salary left with the Grizzlies after his trade, and I believe they gave him $5 or $6 million for the buyout, and he came with the Lakers and he signed I believe it was a $1.8 million or $2.6 million deal with the Lakers. So good backup for us. Pretty much does it for basketball. I'd like to switch over to baseball, and I wanted to talk about everybody's favorite person, Mr. Trevor Bauer, as his administrative his administrative leave has been extended once again. That's everyone that wants to.
Whoa! Who's that directed at?
Yeah, that's that directed at you.
Okay, all right, Tanya. All right, I'll accept that. The same applies to you if the Yankees win. That's it. And you are good for your word. I know you are, and you know I am. That's fine. Because quite frankly, I'll wear a Mets jersey. I have no problem with that. It'll hurt Tanya to wear a Yankee jersey, so let's get off my back. There are 2 jerseys I will not wear, and I think I told Big Dog it was funny.
Tanya, tweak it.
No! I agree. We're done.
Damn it. I was going to say, Tanya, you should tweak it, saying if the Mets win, he has to wear a Boston Red Sox jersey for a week. That would have been the killer one.
No. No, she's a good person. She is.
Yes, she is, but still.
Look, it is what it is. I just will not. It's done. There are 2 jerseys I will not wear. And when we were at Petco Park,
what are they?
2 weeks ago, I was talking about because the Padres had scored a hit. Oh no, I agreed. Tanya. Anyway, I was chirpy at the Padre game, but they finally got a hit, and I was cheering for them, and I say, hey, doesn't matter. You always cheer for the home team whenever you're visiting. except if you're in Boston and San Francisco. The young lady who was in front of me kind of turned around like, what? And she looked at her husband, and the guy says, yeah, I pretty much agree with that. That was funny, and there were chuckles around us because I was chirpy throughout the game. Because let me tell you, going to San Diego was really neat. Everyone was so nice and so friendly, but the guy was like, yeah, I'm not willing to argue that one. You don't cheer for the Red Sox, you don't cheer for the Giants.
So those are the two jerseys you won't wear?
I will not wear, and I will not cheer for them as well. Will I go to Boston? Yes. Will I go to San Francisco? Yes. I'm going to be there on October 2nd. Gmo and I are flying to San Francisco just for the game. We're doing that. That will be our that'll be our fifth stadium. Our fourth stadium is 1 week from tomorrow. We're flying up to Seattle. I really can't wait. And we're going to catch the Mariners. And I believe they're playing. I don't know who they're playing. I'll have to look it up.
Aren't they playing the Cardinals? Isn't that who you see all the time?
No, it's actually turning out to be like the Phillies or the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for some reason I think it's Arizona. Oh, I think they're playing the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yes, Tanya, I'm getting it going right now. I'm just doing it. We were starting in 2019. We went to Dodgers, Angels, and then in 2020 we were going to hit Padres and Athletics. Well, obviously COVID changed it, and this year while we're open, we've hit Dodgers, Angels twice. Went to San Diego. They gave us vouchers, so we're going to go back to San Diego on or about September 25th to go see the Braves and the Padres. But on the 12th, we're going to Seattle, and on the 2nd of October, we're going to San Francisco. So we will have 5 stadiums in of the 30 in 1 year.
So, scorekeeper, if I bought you a Willie Mays jersey, you wouldn't wear it?
I might wear the Willie Mays jersey. Actually, I might.
That's what I was doing on like some famous San Francisco player. I'd forgotten who it was.
That's very kind of you, Tanya. Yes, I look forward to that. It's within New York is going to be within the next 2 years. I wanted to go this year, but the problem is, and I learned when I was going to Las Vegas, I found out my travel time is 4 hours. I have a lot of problems after 4 hours. And that's why we've been on air I've been awake for about 4 hours. So when I went to Vegas, I intended to go to Reno and then come back down to 395. But when I was in Vegas, I started to have problems. And I was like, man, I'm driving alone. I'm really worried about this. So I'm still learning how to live with the diverticulitis that I have. And it's being a bit difficult, but again, it's a first world problem. Sorry I brought it up again. So that's why I'm kind of staying away from those longer flights right now. I'm doing 2 to 3 hour flights, and I'm looking to New York soon enough because I was looking to be in New York in September this year. So we'll see.
Well, you can plan it out with the layover. You know, go like halfway, have a 3 hour layover, and then go the rest of the way. Because I'm trying to remember, it's about a 5 hour flight, 5.5 hours.
Going east is 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
Coming west, I think it's like 5 hours. So, but yes, it's definitely in the plan. I appreciate that, Tanya. We're going to meet up with Rosalind too. That's the plan. So I'm looking forward to meeting several other people, maybe Lenny Melnick as well. But I've met Lenny several times now. So it's cool. I met him up in Oregon, Washington. I also met him. Yeah, let's see. I can understand flying to California for me is a little rough, but that's just because I'm scared of flying. Oh, Tanya, you are. I am afraid of heights. Oh, man. But I love flying. I do. I just can't get enough of it. That's why every time there's a special now, I can now do it.
So can I take you to Chicago and get you in that one building where you stand on like the 108th floor and it's a glass bottom? Can we do that? No? Or even closer, we'll drive to Grand Canyon and go on that ridge.
That's what I was thinking about. No.
The bridge. Let's do that.
No.
I'll stand right next to you and I'll jump up and down.
Wait, the Chicago building? Is that what you're okay with? I don't know. Okay, now I'm getting pains on the right side of the stomach. I don't think that's related to the diverticulitis. I think that's just the stress ones. That's 108 floors up, Tanya. What do you mean?
Well, they're on the ground of the 108th floor.
Yeah, big dog. I want to say thank you. You caused this pain today. Oh. That one I can trace to you.
It may not be 108th floor. It might be like the 97th floor.
Okay, big dog. You also know that here in LA, right? I forget which building. Folks, I don't know if you know this, but
the
they
slide?
did something similar. Yeah.
They took it out. They took it out. They took it out this year. I just read about that like not even a month.
Is it due to COVID, or is it just
a month ago? They were taking it out because it wasn't generating any. It wasn't. Okay. It wasn't generating any money.
Wow, that's crazy. So what they did, folks, is it's similar to Chicago. They extended outside the building, but it's a slide that goes from, I don't know how many, maybe 2 or 3 floors, right? But you're sliding
one floor.
Air,
that's what pissed me off. You went from like
so it's not 3, it's just 2 floors.
You went from like the 80th floor to the 79th floor. I mean, okay. and it's just a little curve. I'm like, no, make it interesting. Go down like 10 floors in a loop or something. I would.
Oh, stop it, big dog. Because this, you at times are a sadist, dude, or a masochist. Actually, no, you're a masochist.
No, what we'll do is we'll go.
Oh, the temperature just changed. I got to get the fans going.
We'll go to Las Vegas to the Stratosphere.
No,
and we'll go up on top and we'll go to that teeter-totter, the one that it takes you out and then drops you down at a 30-degree angle, and then shoots you forward. And then shoots you forward about 3 times.
Okay, now you're just being a dick. You caused this. You genuinely did.
There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. Anyways, back to serious business, people. The Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer, his administrative leave has been extended by Major League Baseball
once again. It's my Enterprise jacket. Oh man, I love this jacket. Sorry, I know. This is really cool. Oh, it's too damn hot for that. Anyway, I got the Enterprise jacket. He's been to New York, Tanya.
New Edge observation deck in New York City. Where is that? Where exactly is that, Tanya? Because I know I mean
you were there 2-3 years ago. You were in New York, big dog. 2-3 years ago? Oh, did you freeze?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, you froze.
You're back.
What was it again? I'm sorry.
You were in New York. 2 or 3 years ago?
I went to New York last year. I got out just for the pandemic.
Oh, that's right. You went in February, right?
Yes, I left Valentine's Day, and I came back the following week, and in mid-March. Oh, Hudson Yards. Okay.
Yeah, folks, I had been following that project since inception. That is amazing what they did. It's an entire city, man. I don't think it's complete yet. They still have a few more buildings to finish, but it's akin to what they did in Vegas called City Center, where they have 7 buildings there. And in LA, a lot of people don't know this, but we have a similar one. There are 5 buildings, and you can live there, work there, do everything there. It's crazy. But Hudson Yards is amazing. What they did is they had the rail yard open air, and they decided to cover it up and build basically not a borough, but a brand new little, like a community, and it's crazy. I think it's amazing, but I'm just visiting. It's because I would love to have NDB Media World headquarters at Hudson Yards.
I mean, if it's an observation deck like she's talking about, I would definitely do it because I loved Empire State Building. I always go there and look straight down. Or in Vegas, there was a couple of times where we stayed there when I used to work with Rite Aid, and we would go and I would always ask for the highest floor available. And that's different.
There was one time where they had floor to ceiling windows, and I opened the curtain completely. I was on the like 25th floor, and I immediately opened the windows and walked right up to the edge of it, and just put my head on the window and just looked straight down. And I was like, I wonder if I can open this window and look outside. That's my whole thing.
Okay.
I like that. I like that kind of stuff. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I'm sorry.
don't.
When I went to the Grand Canyon, I kept looking over the edge.
Okay, but I think I agree with Tanya on that part of it where my feet are on the ground. But the whole concept of being in a glass. Look, I'm a union guy, and I respect and admire what they do, but I also know that they're workaday Joes. So I'm going to, my older sister Alma said this, I'm going to step on the spot where the guy was just at the very end, just didn't do that last screw. And, now, I'm not faking it. I am afraid of heights. It's just absolutely horrible. And thank God Big Dog wasn't here when I said that because he would let me have it for all eternity. So, forgive me. I am going to go to it. Gmo has it as well, Tanya. She has the Enterprise jacket. And when we went to Petco Park, we both were wearing it. I really like this jacket. It really fits well. And, I apologize, Big Dog. Sorry. Back. I really do like this jacket, and it was neat because Gmo has it, and it's cool. It wasn't as expensive as I thought, knowing how expensive Star Trek things can be. But I apologize, Big Dog. I was talking about the fact that I've got to be grounded. Knowing that I am standing on a thick plexiglass, which I know, I understand physics. I know that it can handle my weight. It's just no. Just can't do that, dude.
See, I understand exactly what you're saying, but my attitude is, oh well, if it breaks, it breaks. If I die, I die. But I'm still gonna enjoy the view. I'm probably the asshole that would take pictures going on the way down, flying down.
I think I've taken the tact of not tempting fate, but as you know, we've done other programs here, along with a few other individuals that are related to cryptids, paranormal things, and stuff like that. And a coworker commented about that. I said, dude, I never talk about that stuff because the minute you talk about it, it visits you. I said, that was an interesting concept about paranormal activity. If you talk about it, wow, it's like being in the crowd. They're like, oh, yes. They come over for a visit. I'm like, maybe I better not talk about it. Big Dog, you were going to say?
No, I was just gonna say the cryptid stuff. Yeah, I'm a man of science. I believe in science and explanations and everything, but at the same time, I'm not going to tempt fate either. I will not. I don't care how much they say. Oh, it's just a board game. It's put out by Milton Bradley or whoever the hell makes it. I will not touch a Ouija board.
Tanya.
I have seen and heard too many stories.
Yes.
About Ouija boards. I will not F with the and I'll be nice since Tanya's here. I will not F with the Ouija board at
You're
all.
always nice. I'm curious, Tanya, in your family, what was your, being that you have a Latin heritage, and forgive me, if you guys didn't know, you do now. What was the belief in the family? Because in my family, being that we're from Mexico, the Ouija board was, oh, hell no.
Yep.
I won't play with that thing either. Now, I won't as well, but what was your family thing? Because my mama, my daddy, they're like, you ain't playing with that Ouija board. And I think the only time that I was threatened was that by my parents. And, we kid around about it, but it was, you play the Ouija board, and you'll find out what the backside of my hand is. I think that was the only time I was ever threatened by my parents. They never threatened me, but you know what I'm trying to say. It was understood. We could not play the Ouija board. With you, Big Dog, your mama was like, hell no, right?
Yep. In fact, I believe one of my nieces brought it over. She was going to spend the weekend, or they were going to have a sleepover or something. And she brought one in, and my mom took it. And she tore it to shreds and threw it in the trash.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes. It's very. I think that's Yeah. And the only reason why the Ouija board was because kids were told not to. So I didn't. I saw my brother and sisters with some friends one night. They brought out the Ouija board. I don't know where my parents were, but I remember that they did it late one night. And I was looking, what are you guys doing? It's a Ouija board. And they were describing what the thing was. I think I saw them play for 5 minutes. I was like, yeah, I'm out of here. I'll go play in the backyard or something, even though it was late at night. But that's cool, Tanya. I don't know. I think it's with quite a few minorities, and I'm generalizing here, is if they have any religious background or family connection, it's a no to the Ouija board. And that being the case, I think we'll end that one. So it's all good. All right, Big Dog, what else do you have?
We were talking about Trevor Bauer.
Yes, please.
His administrative leave was extended once again to September 10th this time. Geez, I don't even know.
Sorry, Big Dog. Also common sense.
I don't know how many times this thing has been extended, but we're probably talking about at least 7 or 8 times now. It's been extended. He still has not been charged by the district attorney. It is in the hands of the district attorney, it says, who's looking over the case to see whether or not he will be charged. And of course, we all know the woman tried to obtain a temporary restraining order, and it was struck down. And not that it makes any difference. It was a female judge that struck it down. She did not feel there was just cause for the restraining order against Bauer against this female. So,
and may I add to that, Big Dog? Oh,
yes.
No, go ahead. No, you still had. Well, I was going to say that she stated very clearly. Says, "Look, I get it. The images do look bad," and she acknowledged it.
Yep.
But she said, based on all the text messages, based on the conversations, this is what was asked for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether it's criminal, that will have to be determined. But based on the totality of it, there is no restraining order. You are not in imminent fear for your life.
Yep.
So,
and I think that's that is playing a part into one of the reasons why the district attorney is taking so long with this.
It's always going to be he said, she said.
Yes, and of course,
it's bad.
And of course, we'll have the civil case later on. Also, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a civil case later, which the expectations are much lower to get a guilty plea, or for it to be seen in the side of the plaintiff.
Look, we all know that predicting juries and stuff all the way down the road, it's just a ridiculous waste of time because, first of all, we're not there in the court case. We don't see everything. And I've talked about this in the past when I hear people talk about situations that happened at my work, and I know what they're talking about. I was the shop steward in that case, or whatever, and I hear them talking, and I don't know what the hell they're talking about. They weren't there. They didn't see it. And they were making judgments on what they saw, and I was just like, they don't know anything. They know something happened, but they had no idea. And I brought that forward. I know that as we have spoken about Trevor Bauer, we have received flack and commentary that were one-sided. And no, actually, we have not been. We've been straight up about this. What people didn't like is how the picture we were painting, and we said clearly, this looks bad. And if a restraining order is established, oh man, we're talking years of litigation and major prison time, what it could lead to. But we look, again, I am no fan of Trevor Bauer, none whatsoever. But I thought that we were pretty straight up about it when it was covering the ramifications.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still standing by that. So we did not jump on the bandwagon saying he's guilty. This. Actually, I thought this was one of our best coverages. We never took that side like everyone else did.
We took the evidence that we could get a hold of that was given to everyone, and we decided, you can't just straight out. There were too many other circumstances that were involved, as you could tell. It was not cut and dry. And I, from the very beginning, was saying exactly what the judge said. You know, it looks like, either this was exactly what was asked for, or they made an agreement and he stepped over the line. But, based on what the judge said, he didn't even step over the line. So who knows what those texts that we have not been given access to, that the judge has access to, who knows what was said in those that made that judge decide, you're not in imminent danger.
Well, one of them slipped out from her saying everything is going to plan.
Yes, that was one of
that
was
pretty much ends it. I'm sorry, folks.
Yeah,
but,
she reported that to a girlfriend.
Okay, but again, context and knowing everything, because I've been in similar situations. It could have been where, and understand what the judge ruled. Okay, well, all right, we're not going to litigate this anymore, but she could have said something to the effect of, okay, he did this, I can't believe it, blah, blah, blah. He's not responding, whatever. I said, okay, now I have to do this. And now everything is moving forward. That's very possible. We don't know.
Well, if I remember correctly, what she said in her text to her friend was, I have social media on my side now. Everything is going as planned.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about at... Yeah, that's pretty bad. So, it is what it is.
Yeah. Let's move on to other stuff in baseball. Scorekeeper, did baseball start late this year, or did it start on time? The usual on time.
I thought it started on time. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you've seen this article. This was last week. The way the schedule has been written out, if they go to a Game 7 in the World Series, Game 7 will be November 3rd.
Yeah.
First time ever if it goes 7.
Scheduled.
It's never been in November.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
If it goes 7.
It's not the first time it's been in November.
Oh, okay.
Derek Jeter in 2001, the first Mr. November when he hit the home run. Obviously, those were incredible circumstances. We all know. As a matter of fact, that's why we will not be on next Saturday because of 9/11. It's not the first time, but scheduled. Yes, I know that it's butted up against, and if there was a rain delay or something, they talked about it. It could have bled into November, but this time, it is in the calendar. Game 7 could be in November. That is the first time that it was scheduled that way.
And here we go. It says the latest...
Because I think they're starting on a Thursday, and I think Thursday is April 1st or something like that. I forget. Or no, wait.
You mean November
actually,
1st?
Opening day is March 31st.
That was
and
earlier,
it's on a Thursday.
That was earlier this year? Or you're talking about next season?
I think next year is 2022. They open up on a Thursday, March 31st. So, okay. But because of the way the schedule is, Big Dog said, the more off days, more everything. It is, yes, it has been pushed back, and we could have a regular November World Series. Yep.
It says here the World Series schedule started on October 26th. And if it went to a Game 7, it would be November 3rd. It says the latest World Series has been played is November 4th. That was in 2001 and again in 2009. Series has not gone past October since 2017 when the Assholes won Game 7 at Dodger Stadium on November 1st.
All right. And it's the way they've done the scheduling. They're giving players more off days. And I have no problem with that because, it's look, if they're at 100%, they're getting tired because of all the traveling. That's okay. That's a negotiated benefit. If you get an extra off day, great. It extends the season. You're going to tell me that having baseball for more time is a bad thing? It's all right. It's just a minor extension of the days.
Scorekeeper, do you know who John Sterling is?
He's a former pitcher. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And
Why? What's up?
what else is he? Surprised you don't know this. And then
Well, you're getting me
he
on almost anything. Sure.
he's the New York Yankees broadcaster.
Okay.
Anyways, he was helped out of his flooding car by Spanish radio play-by-play announcer Ricky Ricardo. Interesting name. On Wednesday night, after Sterling got stuck trying to drive home after a game. It says Sterling and Ricardo both called New York's game against the Angels from Yankee Stadium because the radio crews have resumed traveling, and the team was part of the COVID-19 protocols. It says Ricardo told WFAN on Thursday that Sterling, who is 83 years old, was the first to leave the stadium after the game concluded around 10 p.m., while Ricardo stayed later for the Spanish postgame show. Ricardo said when he finally left the park, the lobby at Yankee Stadium had water up to his ankles, and that he encountered several closed and flooded streets as the East Coast, of course, was pummeled by the remains of Hurricane Ida. It said Sterling's broadcast partner, Susan Waldman, called Ricardo as he was trying to find a route to his home in New Jersey and told him that Sterling was stuck in his car on River Road in Edgewater, New Jersey, just over the George Washington Bridge. So it says Ricardo called Sterling, kept him on his phone until he found him in one of roughly 25 vehicles stuck in the flooding that was covered the tires of most of the cars. It says Ricardo, who drives a Jeep, pulled up behind Sterling's car and helped him get out of the vehicle. He said that he then took him an hour to find a clear path to Sterling's apartment about a half mile away. So.
That is cool.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Folks, check this out. When I saw this during the week, my jaw dropped, and I made a joke about it. I said, if I see this, I'm out. And check it out. This is in the subway system.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
I apologize, there's no sound. But that is frightening, folks. I see that, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm out instantly. That's unreal. I know New York has an incredible system for flooding, but, geez.
Not like this, though.
Yeah. Or no. I would agree with that, Big Dog. That's just frightening, because I know that most of the time, New York, in the subway system, it's got to be a significant storm for it to flood out the rail lines because of the pump systems that they have. So I'm sure Tanya, who makes use of the public transit, is like, "Man, you're wrong, scorekeeper. It sucks." she may say that, but I'm a transit advocate, so I defend the public systems. So, I know. All right, Big Dog. Awesome. What else would you want to go over this morning?
Of course, we had a surprise in the NFL as Cam Newton was cut.
Yeah, we talked about that.
After he was told that he was going to be the starting quarterback for the Patriots.
Future Raider!
Jeez, wouldn't doubt it. The Raiders have some problems. Actually, excuse me. Allegiant Stadium has to clear up their problems.
Yeah.
Allegiant Stadium is having a lot of problems as far as when they have a sold-out arena. I don't know if Scorekeeper remembers this, but their very first venue, which was a country concert, can't remember who it was that was playing or singing there, but the entire internet, their POS systems, bathrooms, everything was just stopped working. And from my understanding was it was taking Uber and Lyft an hour and a half to 2 hours to get into Allegiant Stadium to pick up people. That people were actually, now you know exactly where Allegiant Stadium is at.
Yes, I was there.
People were walking to the strip faster than they were if they were to take an Uber, which would have been a 5-minute, drive.
Look, I gotta admit they did a nice job in the stadium, but the roadways that Vegas spent money on the infrastructure, but they had no clue No clue. I drove it and I said, this is nice. This is neat. This is not enough for a game. No way. It's basically one 3-lane road to get out both ways. Oh, horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they've fixed the parking part of it or the driving part of it, but the actual problems that they're having internally once they get people in there, because as I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, SummerSlam, which is a WWE main event, one of their big 4 pay-per-views, was held at Allegiant Stadium, and they had, I believe it was close to 60,000 people there. And in the middle of it, I believe there was 8 or 9 matches. So around match 4, the entire POS system went down. You were not able to buy merchandise, food. For whatever reason, the bathroom started backing up and actually flooding. And internet went out. So in essence, they were not in the black itself, but I think the only thing that was working was the air conditioning to keep the place cool. But I read a lot of people were extremely angry, not being able to do essentially anything. So I don't know how that was handled, but with the season starting next week, guys, those who don't know, the season starts on Thursday. NFL season week 1 starts Thursday, and the Raiders play Monday night against the Broncos. Let me see if I'm not sure if they're playing at home or not.
I'll tell you right now, I'm already there. They're playing Baltimore on Monday night.
Okay, yep, and they're so they are playing.
They're one of the 2 Actually, no, they're the Monday night game.
So they need to make sure everything's working because, country fans may, grumble and groan. Wrestling fans might get a little more rowdy. NFL fans, especially Raider fans, they do not like having their good time disrupted. So they need to make sure everything is working by the time this Raider game happens next Monday. Not this coming Monday, but next Monday. So
I think they've already had a test game or so. But look, this is the stadium. It is, Hacienda is to the north, a major thoroughfare. And then you do have parking here and around the stadium. And through this area of what I remember, there's a lot of parking right here. But this is the only way out, Dean Martin Drive. And they have widened it, but it's 3 lanes in and out. And you have to follow it down here to get out. And there's really only one way out, folks. You can take Dean Martin to the north, but, it's going to be a nightmare. And this is what Big Dog was talking about, where they exited the stadium, walked up to Hacienda, and here's the strip, Las Vegas Boulevard. Yeah, I can see that. Had I been an Uber driver, I would have, knowing the area, I would have said, look, I'll meet you on Dewey, or I'll meet you on Pablo or Diablo Drive and say, look, just walk to me and we'll be able to get out. But wow, it looks like it's going to be a mess right there.
And like I said, I can understand the driving part, but I mean, I'm more concerned about the internal. I mean, once you get into the stadium, if nothing works, the fans aren't going to have that. And
well, that's what happened.
Have that,
yes. Well, that's what happened at Petco Park when we went. The POS system crashed. We were there early. We purchased our food and we were great. But throughout the game, people were like, "Nope, it's not working." Like, what's? And we heard the grumbling, and the entire POS system went down somewhere in the first or second inning for the rest of the game. So when we were leaving, all the stands were closed. Yeah. Everything was closed. It was something. So they gave us vouchers. So we're going to go again.
Yeah, I know.
But you know what is so cool about San Diego? You buy the it's expensive. You buy the $10 cup to drink, and it's all you can drink at San Diego. That was neat. Dodger Stadium, hands down. What they've done, they've ruined that stadium. But the parking lot attendant, Frank McCourt, is still the owner of the parking lot. And he has just screwed it up trying to squeeze as many parking stalls as he can in there. He's just screwed it up. But granted, when they closed Scott Road to the west, that made a big difference. That really screwed up a lot, and they were being kind to their neighbors. So that's where they closed Scott Road. And that was yet another entrance in and out of Dodger Stadium. It's
Now,
just a nightmare.
do the Dodgers have any say so in how the way it's configured? I mean, I would assume that he's leasing the parking area from the Dodgers.
No, he owns it. Remember
Okay,
when all that was going on?
Okay, even if he owns it, the Dodgers have no say so in how he conducts it.
I don't know, man. That's the thing. It's crazy.
Because if
Frank McCourt is still the owner.
If the Dodgers aren't getting a slice of the pie, so to speak, from the parking at all, and it's just Frank McCourt, and they're screwing it up like you say. I know you are not, because I've heard it everywhere. You're not the only person that complains about the parking anymore. Everybody hates the parking at Dodger Stadium. So I'm just wondering if the Dodgers have any say so in how this can be restructured somehow, so it's kind of back to the old way, even a little bit. But if they pretty much like wrote the contract and said, "Here you go, do what you want," I don't see.
Well, look, this is Dodger Stadium now. Here's Stadium Way to the west. That's a major one. Then you have Academy Gate, which is we call the Solano one. And then you have the Sunset Gate, which is here. And then, I'm sorry, not the Sunset. You have the, actually, I don't know what that one's called. The Elysian Park Gate. And then you have the Sunset Gate right here. This is Scott Avenue. This one's closed now. This was yet another exit, which would lead into, they were 5 exits, and it ran well. But again, when you try to squeeze out the most parking you can, you're going to have problems. Plus, the Dodgers did take some of this ground, which was parking, for all of their new stuff right there. So, excuse me. There's just less parking, there's more parking, but it's just badly designed.
What's happening with the tram? Or the railways, or the skywalk, whatever the hell.
The Skyway. It is moving forward. It looks like it's going to happen. And what the Skyway is going to do, folks, because you have the Metro line, which has a stop right here. And if you know the area, you're talking about elevations of about 500 to 1,000 feet. It's tough. So what Dodger Stadium does is at Union Station, right along here, on this side is where the Dodger Stadium Express picks everyone up. And it has a dedicated line up Sunset, and you're able to get into the stadium up Vince Scully Way. It's actually effective. It works. The Sky is going to be from somewhere over here. Probably it'll end up somewhere around here, and it will traverse through Chinatown and come into Union Station here, and it'll be somewhere around here. Maybe up through here, the backside, following the Metro line, and then going forward over and up to Dodger Stadium. That one is actually moving forward.
Will we see it in our lifetime?
Yes, we will. There's an 80% chance it's going to happen. And I have not been that positive about something like that. And I think it would be cool because, yes, I would. Because it's projected. If they're smart about this, which they probably aren't, this is LA after all, they should bring the tram down through here and have it pass here with a stop there. If they're smart, they'll have a stop right there in Chinatown and one right here in the Metro and then one right here at Union Station.
Oh, wow. Because I mean, of course, this was a long time ago, at least over a year ago. I heard it was a one-way straight shot.
Union Station to Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, no stops at all.
They should have it where there's a stop right by this Metro station because it would take so much pressure off. And being a transport gadfly that I am, they should have a stop here because that will allow you to go north to Pasadena and Pomona or already have a seat going through Union Station down here. Because here you can catch the the primary red line and the other lines. It's just it should be better. By the way, Tanya, a tiny bit of trivia. First contact in when they did the 1940s, it was filmed right here in this area right here, where Picard shoots the Borg with the machine gun. It was filmed right there at Union Station. A little bit of movie magic. But anyway, sorry. I hadn't got my Star Trek in.
Oh, bullshit. All you've done is talk Star Trek all the whole time today. It's like your 15th time you said something with Star Trek.
That's an exaggeration, Big Dog.
Okay, 10.
There's no need
to argue. Exactly.
No need to argue. Anyway, we are nearing the end, folks. I didn't expect to do 4 hours. As a matter of fact, 15 minutes into the program, I was already like, oh my goodness, I am not going to be able to do this. But thank you, Speedy, for being in, and of course, Big Dog. Hopefully we'll have Dream showing up with us very soon once things settle down where he's at.
And Almighty, whenever he shows up.
Yeah. I did forget Almighty.
So we'll have to see how far his beard is, how far his beard has come along. Sometimes he does it really short, and then we don't recognize him. And then it seems like he's gone for 2 weeks, and it's like, holy crap, your beard's grown a lot.
It is funny, yes. So we'll see how that is. Anything else, Big Dog?
There was a golf note, since you're into golf for whatever reason.
I'm not into golf. We just report on it.
Rory McIlroy, excuse me, admits that he's had mental and physical exhaustion. This was reported. I was going to report this last week. Let me pull that up so I can still find it. And here it is. Yeah. He was very frustrated about a week and a half ago at the Liberty National Golf Course, where he threw his 3-wood into the trees. And he says that on Wednesday that he's feeling fatigued mentally and physically just from all the challenges of COVID and the traveling, the restrictions, and all the extras that they have to go through. What a lot of people don't understand, and maybe it may not be so much so for a golfer, and I'm not saying he's not an athlete, because he is, because not a lot of people can do what these guys can do, but football, basketball, baseball, and hockey players, they're on a schedule, period. You know, they know to get up at 5 a.m, and they eat by 6:30, and they go to work out by 8, and she's back. And you know, they train at this time, they take a nap in the afternoon, and the fact is, when you have to take a COVID test or, you know, anything that has to do with COVID, it throws your schedule off. So a lot of these players are stressed because of it just messes with their schedule. And these guys are, you know, as I already said, these are elite athletes that they have to have that schedule. Once that schedule is thrown off, it affects them during the game. So
we make fun of players, Big Dog, on them being superstitious.
Yes.
And we do it tongue in cheek. But it's about routines.
Yes.
And you don't screw with the player's routine. Oh my goodness.
Oh, actually, since we brought that, swing back to basketball real quick. I thought it was extremely funny.
Thank you, Aisha. I think you're shocked we were still on. It's like, there.
In the NBA, they've been getting away from doing 5 games in 7 nights. It hasn't been done too often.
I remember that. Yeah.
Lakers last year had a lot. I believe they had 5 or 6 of those five games in 7 night stretches.
But
this year, or this coming season that starts in October, end of October, the Lakers only have one of those stretches, which is great for the Lakers since we're old. The team that's complaining, guess which team is complaining the most?
The Clippers.
Yes, their schedule came out.
Sorry.
They have 5. They have 5 sets of 5 games in 7 night stretches.
that is tied with the Trailblazers for most in the league. And they're complaining because they're saying, well, wait a minute. We play in the same place that the Lakers play. So why are we getting 5 of these sets and they're only getting 1?
Okay, timeout. Clippers. In the same way, good or bad, that there's first and second class citizens in COVID, there's all sorry. I'm sorry, I'm not being inclusive, but Clippers, you have not won anything.
That is not true. They have 2, count them, 2 Pacific Division titles. And a bunch of banners with their selfies on there.
Double D, I ask your forgiveness that I was so ignorant in that I had no idea that you had 2 Pacific Division titles.
It doesn't compare to our, I think, 45 that we have, but it's okay.
Big Dog, I thank you for catching me on this, and I have nothing to say.
Well, they're complaining because, as I said, they have 5 sets of 5 games in 7 nights. They have 5 sets of those to do. They also have a number of afternoon games, which they're mad about because, once again, it upsets the schedule of the player. Because they have to get up now earlier, and they don't get.
That's what it is. Yes,
you don't get their naps and so on and so forth. Whereas, of course, the Lakers. I'm sorry, but we're the A team. I'm sorry. The Lakers.
You knew that going in.
Yeah, the Lakers get the primetime schedule always. We play. Unfortunately for the Lakers, they play every Christmas and have now for like 17 straight years. But it's always a primetime game, and I'm not sad about that. So. And the Clippers didn't even get a game this year at Christmas time. But anyways, so the Clippers are complaining. The problem that I have with this is the Clippers, as well as every other team, is shown the schedule, their team schedule, before it's released to the public. So they see what's on there. And Popovich was very famous for this. As you know, the Lakers and now the Clippers, they would have the music awards stretch. That's right, Tanya.
Oh, the poor babies! Tell them to suck it up. Baseball players play night games and come back for a day game the next day. And folks, even though football players don't do that per se, they only get 1 day off a week. Football players are doing that every day, even on travel days.
Yep.
So, yeah, cut it out, Clippers.
But so the Clippers are complaining. As I said, they're showing the schedule ahead of time before it's released to the public and reporters and such. Because we know this because Popovich used to not play around with the schedule, but they used to have their rodeo tour, just like the way the Lakers have the music awards. In February, when all the music awards start hitting, it's held at Staples Center. They would go on the road for 14 days or whatever it is. Popovich, what he would do is he would see the schedule and say, "Hey, instead of having us play, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, can we play Monday, Wednesday, Saturday?" And the NBA would say, "Okay, yeah, we'll give you guys an extra day off." So you can tweak the schedule somewhat. So the Clippers saw this. And they didn't bitch about it. They didn't say anything about it. And then all of a sudden, when it becomes public and they see the Lakers schedule, that the Lakers only have that 5 games and 7 day stretch and no day games to speak of, they're like, "Hey, it's not fair." Wah. It must be the heavy balls.
Let me tell you, our women are really coming up with something right now. And I say that respectfully, that you are sports aficionados.
It's because they realize that the Clippers are just a bunch of crybabies. They realize their season's gonna suck because they don't have Kawhi and PG-13 is not going to be enough to carry them. They'll get into the first round and be gone once again if they even make the playoffs. But the schedule is what the schedule is. The Lakers had these tough schedules years before. We never cried about it. We just played them. That's it.
The inverse is true. What about when the Lakers had it and the Clippers didn't say a word?
Yeah. So, you know what?
Yes. That's exactly what I meant. But the big dog did correct me when I
championship. That's right. Yeah. Win no championship.
I mean, they're winning more games, but it's championships. I was going to tell everyone earlier about the Clippers. It's like scoreboard, baby. That's it. Scoreboard. And I mean that in its entirety. So
that is right. That is completely correct. They are just something else. If it's not one thing,
they're not championships. They're not champions.
If it's not one thing, it's another. But there was this meme, and I sent this meme out. I might even put it out on our a private message on Facebook. But these are the championship banners that are proposed to be going up by the Clippers this season. Because as you know, the Clippers are ashamed of the Los Angeles Lakers' 17 World Championship banners that are up there. So they cover it with pictures of their players. They cover our banners because they're ashamed. So this is a proposed banners that they will be putting up. Of course, as I said, they are Pacific Division champions in 2012 and 2013. They're also Pacific Division champions in 2013 and 2014. They are the 2019 Christmas Day champions. They are the 2020 and 2021 Opening Night Day champions. They are the second round 2020 champions. They are the Easter Sunday 2020 champions. They are, what's this one? I can't read this one. They are, this is a good one. They are Dominate After the All-Star Break champions of 2021.
Oh, they stole that one from the Reds. I had something similar to that. Oh, that's funny.
And here's the one, of course, that digs the Lakers the worst. They are the we made it farther in the playoffs this year than you did champions. So those are the proposed 8 banners that will be going up on the Raptors this year.
Wow.
And I take such joy in saying all this.
Oh, so why? Shut up, crybabies.
I think I dislike the Clippers more than the Celtics. I actually do not know who to root for when the Celtics play the Clippers. I don't know who to root for. I really don't. Because I want them both to lose. Yay! All right.
Kindergarten 2021. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's bad, but all right. Well, folks, it is a holiday weekend for us.
Yes.
I'm actually going to rest up in a little bit. I think I'm going to be going out later on tonight. I've crossed that barrier. I go out a lot now. I'm sorry, I'm throwing some beans out there. It was very difficult, but I've done it. And one of the best things, forgive me, was getting that Regal pass, man. I've seen close to 13 movies now, and I'm only in my 3rd month in. I really like the Regal pass. And I'm probably going to catch a movie or 2 tonight, but not as late as I did on Thursday night. That was stupid. But I do have to watch The 10 Rings again. I did seem to enjoy it. I want to go see it again.
Scorekeeper, is the theater in LA Live, is that a Regal theater? Do you know? I'm not sure if it is or isn't. I don't know if it's that or AMC.
I hadn't thought about that.
I'm only asking because they are one of the few theaters in Southern California that has 4D. Where you actually sit in a pod and it moves and you get
okay, I will end up paying extra for that.
Oh yeah. No, I know that. Yeah. But it won't be that much more extra. I think it might be $5 or $6.
Well, if I want 3D and IMAX, it's like $3 or $4 more.
Yeah.
But I get unlimited 2D movies, and I am actually cool with that. I really enjoy it.
I'm thinking the 4D would probably be $6.
It's Regal.
There you go. Now that would be maybe
a theater chain.
That might be something to watch. An action movie in 4D. That'd probably be interesting to see what's in 4D there.
Yes. Yeah. I just spotted your Star Trek Enterprise jacket.
You know,
Not really, but I will be going to Washington, D.C. in October and then maybe in spring. And I may be wearing the Wrath of Khan uniform for a fan project. You all know it as Starship Farragut. And there's an old debt that I'm hoping to collect to actually be in one of the fan films. But I wouldn't be wearing this uniform. It would be the Wrath of Khan uniforms, the red or the maroon. Oh, those are absolutely awesome uniforms. Sorry, big.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you never bought the Captain Kirk lounge chair and put it in your office.
First of all, it's too damn expensive. That's one. It's just ridiculously expensive.
It's not a business. It's not a business investment.
It's an issue of space, big dog. But I will be doing something like that. Yes. Now, what the disgusting thing is, folks, is for Enterprise. I've done an episode. I actually have the uniform now. Ah! These. I have the uniform. These are the coveralls for the series. And last night, I showed off my Picard uniform from the new series. So I've gone a little wild with the uniforms. But Jimo also has this jacket, and she has one of the new Picard uniforms. So this is the first time in my life I've actually had a uniform. I asked my mother ad infinitum ad absurdum to create one for me, and she never was able to. And by the way, as we talked about Big Dog's mother today, would have been 96 years. Yesterday was my mother's, and that's what I was alluding to, Big Dog. In all these years, I know the information of my clients, but it's out of sight, out of mind. I didn't realize that my mom is yesterday and your mother is today. So, I haven't seen my mother in a few years. People ask, why don't I talk about her? As I've mentioned, my mother had numerous strokes in 2003, and it's gotten to the point where she doesn't know who I am anymore. And as a matter of fact, when I've gone to visit her, she's frightened of me. She doesn't know who I am. When I ask her if she know Roger, she's like, yes, I'm that person. And she recoils, she withdraws. I know she's having those mental issues, but I see the fear in her eyes, and I don't want to do that. My brother and sisters talk to her about me, and they're like, yes, where is he? And she asks for me regularly, but when I've gone, as I just mentioned while Big Dog was out, I see the fear in her eyes. So I don't want to cause that. I have not seen my mother in several years now. And my brother contacted me yesterday asking for the home that she's at, and I gave him that information. So I do miss my mother, but I don't want her to be scared in my presence. And I know it's because she's losing the connection to reality. But she knows my brother and sisters very well, and they carry on very well, so it's okay. You know what? It is what it is. Do I miss her? Yeah, I do. And knowing that my father's passed away 2 years ago, that tenuous hold that you have. And you know what? I'm proud to probably lose it over my mother because I actually do miss her. But the last 3 times I went, she was frightened. There's no other word I can say. It is what it is. So that I can maintain control, I will say that I do miss my mother. I really do. But I don't want to be the cause of her being scared where she's at. I do love my mother immensely, and I do miss her. But I can't do that. I can't. So I won't. And we're going to leave it at that. And by the way, Big Dog, yes, your mother would have been 96 today. She was fucking awesome. Forgive me. She was.
Thank you. Thank you.
I miss her too. So, folks, I do apologize. I didn't mean to end it this way, but we all love our mommies, and We, as sons, we have difficulty with our fathers. Some will never ever be resolved, and mine, I saw him just before he passed away, and there was no resolution. He acknowledged me, and when we made eye contact, it was an instant recognition, and the impression that I received is, yeah, things have not changed. He is resting, and I do not begrudge him. He provided everything for me. The decisions he made in divorcing my mother, I can't say anything. He gave me everything, and I'm going to leave it at that. But we have unfinished business, yes.
You're a much better man than I.
My father's your hurt is real, big dog. That's different.
My father's burning in hell, and I hope he stays there for the rest of eternity. Sorry to say, actually, no, I'm not sorry to say. I did not want to resolve. I refused to resolve, and when he passed away, I had no remorse whatsoever of him passing at all. I know. You know you are one of the few people that know the true story, so you know why I feel the way I feel.
I can't even comment on your comment. I have no right, no nothing, and I want that to be known. I can't say, well, that's okay, that's fine, or this. I'm not that stupid, big dog. I am, but not that stupid. And the issue with my father was, and this is the only time I'm going to badmouth him, is when he had divorced my mother and Gmo came into the world. It had been a year already.
I remember that, yeah.
And I said this once already a few weeks ago. I said, Father, you have another granddaughter. You wish to meet her. He said, no. I'm sorry, what? You don't want to meet your granddaughter? And he said, no. 18 years later, I saw him on his deathbed. That's all. So, I'm sorry. So, it is what it is. I don't hate him. I'm disappointed at that one phrase, that one line. But I can't. He had issues. But he provided for me. He provided for my daughter. And indirectly, no, not my youngest. So, but I lived in his home for quite a bit of time. So, I'm sorry. The beans were thrown out there. We're going to miss you guys next week. Maybe Big Dog and I will do another program, later in the day. I doubt it, but we'll announce if we do. For now, we're done. We'll see you guys on the other side. Thank you. Enjoy the holiday. And for everyone else, folks, I do mean this. If it's a mother, a father, an uncle, aunt, cousin, brother, sister, don't waste time. Because that's all we have is time. At least try to settle it. Whether they want to or not, try. Because if you keep trying, maybe eventually it's going to break through. And they're the only ones we have when it comes down to it. Don't hesitate. It is your family. Just try. And we'll leave it at that here on Sports Talk with the guys. Big Dog, would you take us away? Take us out.
All right, hey guys. Everybody have a great weekend. Actually, Aisha or maybe Scorekeeper can answer this question. Do they celebrate Labor Day in England? I mean, it's for service. So I'm not sure if that is celebrated or if it's celebrated on a different day. Of course, it is Labor Day for us.
I don't believe they have an official Labor Day because that would bring the crown down. Sarcasm, sorry. Maybe she'll be able to answer if she's still here. I think she is.
But anyways, guys, have a great weekend. Be safe. Don't drink and drive. If you're gonna drink, call an Uber, call Lyft, call a friend, call somebody. Just don't get behind the wheel. There's enough bad things happening in the world every single day. So be careful. Be careful when you go out there, and just be with your loved ones. Have a great weekend.